Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to BullShooter Niagara Regional. I should say New York Regional, so we'll go ahead and do that again. Alrighty. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to our BullShooter New York Regional. William Stewart, fake Nick Teixeira here. Things are awfully big.
Fake Nick Teixeira? I'm Nick Teixeira.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hello, Nick. Good to see you here this morning.
Good to see you, Will. It's been a pleasure, being on commentary with you all weekend and watching this amazing New York Regional BullShooter here at Niagara Falls.
Voice still sounds a little scratchy, but we'll take it. Yeah, it's been a great affair here this weekend, hasn't it? Of course, winning the doubles yesterday was Mike Porterfield and Doug No Name Bame. What a performance they put on all day.
Yeah, and I mean, really, no surprise there. Anybody that watched Friday night and watched the two of them duke it out in the King Seat match and the finals match knew in cricket they were gonna bring it the entire time.
Well, we also saw in our level 4 final some real battles being had. We had Jess and Nikki, two females, taking on two male competitors, Dave and Mookie, in an epic final. What a match that was, man.
My God, it going the double dip, going to the very last leg in that double dip. I mean, pressure darts all around, big comebacks all around. It was a heck of a final.
Yeah, it really was. So we got more action for you today here on a Sunday fun day of coverage for New York Regional. I hope you're ready, folks, because we certainly are. Stay tuned. Definitely do not want to change the channel from our YouTube coverage here. Hope you enjoy it.
Absolutely. Look forward to talking to all of you Nick D. Doers out there.
Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for joining us for our coverage of the New York Regional here in Niagara Falls for, of course, BullShooter. It's been a pleasure to be here so far for this weekend's coverage. Happy to be back in the flow of things on a beautiful Sunday morning. As you can see, we got Space Force starts and flights out here in our main bracket, or level 1 bracket, I should say. Thank you. Appreciate it. All righty. This is going to be round number 2. A 0-0 score line. So Jayberg going to get a look at this 51 here. Yeah, double 17 collects here for 1-0 as they will take the advantage against throw here in our first leg. Now, tricky half of the bracket here for these guys. We'll say that. We have Wheat Bowl out up on the top of our bracket. They had to come through Can-Am in the first round, and that was a difficult battle. Gino Florian and Jason Barlow. Of course, we bowl out the team of Mike Porterfield and Doug Boehm, our winners yesterday, who did it in pretty stylish fashion here. Let's be real. We're pretty content with the flow of things yesterday, but they are 2-0 ahead on Frickett. That's a good one. On board number 3. The winner of this one will take on, most likely, we bowl out in the next round. Some pretty good names into the flow of things. Looks like the Poorhouse and Anyone Can Hit 2 is going to be on board 6 here in just a little bit. Of course, our brackets can be found on the BullShooter app. That's the best way to do it. Head on over to the Apple Store or your Android, whatever the heck they got. Just lame store, I guess. Go on over there and download the BullShooter app just to stay in the mix of things. We are excited for that new app to be out and available to the public.
Eventually.
As Nick screams out, eventually in the background. Who knows when that'll actually happen? When it actually gets pushed and launched. I have seen the app on Nick's phone. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So if you want to see it, go to Nick. There you go. You're welcome, Nick. Gonna have a lot of people coming after you. Well, this Flights Out team have the upper hand early in this one. Granted, not the best of turns. Only 28 there for Jay Bird, but getting in that first round was pretty massive. Rather than the second turn for Mo 759. Smalls, you think he's a Pittsburgh fan? Maybe? Nah, definitely not. Yeah, come on, of course. Got the logo on the back of his jersey as well as rocking the Steelers hat. I don't even really want to say go Chiefs today. I know they're going to suck it up. Let's be real. They're playing the Colts, and that's not good because Mr. Green will let me know about it. Anyway, moving on. Big triple for Mo. That's a builder dart, if I've seen one. Yeah, he produces 2. Great low ton. 1, 2, 3. Just to keep the pressure on here for Jay Bird. Very tall gentleman. Had to move our cameras and adjust them just for him. Reminds me of the new Nick Teixeira from our opener. 7'7". Can you check, Nick, to see if we're echoing? Could be coming in twice, I think. We have just a minor issue when we started, so wouldn't surprise me if we're coming in twice. All right, let's give that a go now. Yeah, you can see the consistency. Yeah, every once in a while that happens. We're good. Thank you for pointing that out to us, Devlin. It's probably a faint double in. Nick was on top of it pretty quick, so every once in a while we look to you viewers to help us out. We appreciate that one. Anyway, speaking of you viewers, if you haven't liked, followed, subscribed, do so. Some fun stuff coming your way. Bird has certainly gave the advantage to him and Walker here. A little help from Walker would be ideal. This is freeze here, so you have to consider those freeze rules. Or the freeze rule going forward. I guess that would be a better way to say that. Yeah, that's not the ideal go, is it there, Jay Bird? I mean, it leaves you a check out 144. That is big, especially when your opponents are still in the 200 and 300s. Only 30. That's a bummer. Ideally, you try to help out your starter in that player 2 position. This is... Oh, man. I was thinking the second one followed it in, but only a trip 5. So, I mean, it's 76, but it's valuable, right? Because it puts you in a potential range. You look at the combined score lines, you get a combined... On that player 1, player 3 of what? 454 currently. Very could potentially get the first look. Oh my. Oh, it's gonna be Mo. Mo's getting this well, depending on Walker's score line here. Gotta factor that in. I gotta let him go before I factor that in. So yeah, Mo's not gonna get an opportunity at the 148. After all, Jaybird and Walker are below that score line, so Jaybird's gonna get the first look for 2-0. $17 for tops, I would imagine. This double in, double out format. At 51, he's got to go really down there, especially with this height, and it doesn't matter. He gathers it. His 2 checkouts, double 17 and double 3. Standing a whopping 6'5". That is not easy. I get he can lean in a little bit. It's not like he's really throwing from an extended distance. He's probably still well in front of the 7'9" steel tip line, let alone 8-foot soft tip line. Be a gentleman to kind of keep your eye on, though. Admittedly, I don't know much about him. Clearly has some talent here. Carter over on YouTube letting us know this kid's a sicko. I mean, hey. Good, he's good. Still saying no different than Maya throwing double 20. You're not wrong there. Not wrong there. It also says he's a good cornhole player too. I mean, I've seen that where the talents can flow both ways, whether it be cornhole or darts. Some people are naturally gifted in both. Both. That's funny. Sunday here. Those words start mixing just a tad. Of course, Nick will be joining me here in a little bit. He's taking care of a couple things. His mainly discussion is retirement announcement. Let's be real, because he's not really retired, but a lot of people think he is. He thought I was lying to him about that. Found out the hard way when numerous people came up to him and was like, "So, this is your last event, huh?" I wish it was just less of it. It's sadly not. I got to deal with him for a while. Little chuck. There you go. Helpful hand of an 83 for Walker. Good shot from Steven. Jake back in the flow of things after a bummer last round. Yeah, he sticks right with it. I mean, matches the 83 of Walker and just kind of keeps with the flow of things. This is anyone's leg here, though. Don't get me wrong. 363 and 349. Of course, it's going to go down from here for Smalls. Badman on YouTube says that is exactly why I play darts every day now. I think that if you want to be a competitive player, you have to pick up the darts at least for 15 minutes a day. I think that's big. Yeah, you need your breaks in between there. Don't get me wrong. Like, you have to take some breaks for the long-term success of your throw. I think it's important to maybe, 6 days on, 1 day off. And I also have been open about, sometimes before an event, I won't play for 2 days because then I want to come in hungry that whole weekend. And that's kind of a trick that I use that I found success with. Mike Scarborough on YouTube. Nick, you got to see this one. I'll say it to you. Mike says, we'll find a way to get him out of this otherwise quality broadcast. Hashtag ditch DeShera. He might ban you now. Sorry, Mike. I was saying this is still anyone's game. A little bit favoring Lights Out once again here, as Walker just looking to set up a checkout, and yeah, he does that at 140. And I mean, Jaybird's going to get to look at 133 first, but you're sitting pretty here on that player 2 and player 4 score line. Level 1 here. Thanks to the chat for being known, but 57 just about capitalized there. Leave a check. Very okay. You're most likely going to return. I mean, Steven has a shot as well, so no harm, no foul. You're looking great for a 3-0, but you do have a battle coming your way in the next round as we bull out. Can't see it right now, but most likely went on forward as they had the 2-0 advantage. All right. Tell me how to warm up. Tell me what warm up. Oh, sorry. Now tell me how much warm up you do before a tournament. Okay, bleh. Finally getting that out. I think the key is doubles. You've got to do those checkout routines. Key, because if you can hit the double segment, the triple segment's going to go as well. I think that if you're aiming at what if you're collecting those checkouts in pretty quick fashion, the game your rhythm's good, right? And that's what you're really achieving. It's not necessarily the check. It's trying to find the rhythm, trying to find the groove of things, trying to find those 1-2 checkouts, right? So I think the 51 through like 80 range, you need to check out a lot. So do those checkout. 40 to try to get it done, doesn't muster it in. So yeah, I mean, play like the advance. If you hit and if you miss, you go down. Play that one from 51 to 60, and then the next day maybe go the 61 through 70, and so on and so forth. Alrighty, 60 for the win for Stephen Walker. 20 for tops. Puts into the 5, and you can see a little upset on that one. Going to have to deviate. Instead of 2 looks, you're only going to get the 1. Well, should get the 1. He doesn't get the 1 after all. And, well, bud, I want to be doing that. Misregisters all 3, and leaves himself at 45. Not the ideal leave. Of course, want to tidy that up. Give yourself 3 full darts at it. Here we go. Jaybird for the win. Double 10. And he can't get it to go. And this has a chance for Smalls here. Tempted by the 48, but should go 20s. Trip 18 for 24. I'm guessing he was going trip 20. Well off of the trip 20, but I mean, would have left double 8. Or sorry, double 9. Won't matter anyways. 3-0 scoreline for Flights Out to take the win there. Once again, tough battle ahead, though, as they got Bull out in the next round. We're going to go right on over to this matchup on board number 6 with a big 180 thrown there. Sorry for the board dancing. Seeing the team of the Poorhouse, and anyone can hit 2 here. Poorhouse we've seen on the stream a few times this weekend. Maybe Eric and Seth. Or some good runs. They also had a, what was it? It was a white horse start, and they blew it. Yeah, that was similar to us as well. Regards to me and Nick, or Nick and I. Seth well out in front here. Just looking to keep the pressure on. 3 fat 20s is A-okay here. Keep it straight. Get the triple bonus start. But yeah, leaves the 160. I mean, 3 fat 20s. Like I said, fine. Wish you want a little help from Spratt here, but you're well out in front and going to get the look. Now's the time to lend a helpful hand here, Eric. There you go. At least gather 1. Sunday can be some interesting darts to start you off. I mean, especially round 1, round 2, right? They are in round 3, so should be in the groove of things now. I don't know, anything. Like I said, anything can happen on Sunday. You're going to be just fine, and all of a sudden one random round where you just are 2 numbers off. Not even like 2 holes, just 2 numbers off. Seth, good opportunity to go ahead and make this 2-0. Can't really deviate now, and yeah, you can see the bed was pretty tough to work in another, especially around that triple segment. Floats into the 1. So gonna have to start on the 19s when he returns. I think this is pretty cool because you can just see the release from the hand with our camera angle here with how tall this gentleman is. Kind of cool that you're able to see that. Shakes off that one. Yeah, finds it with the last. Good collection. You're still giving the advantage to player 2 and 4 here. So that should start bottom. What are you doing, my guy? Do not do that, ladies and gentlemen. Do not start on 20s on 119. If you hit a single, you have no chance of going out. So, best option is to go 19s there. He's lucky that he did hit the triple, to be fair. Like, very lucky. Any disaster, this will most likely go 2-0 in favor of the poorhouse. I'm having fun without you. We don't. Okay, you didn't have to do that. All right. I guess we'll allow you to be back in here. All right, enough with the soundboard, Nick.
Hey, everybody, how's it going? I will.
It was better without you, and then you blew it.
I appreciate you filling in for the first 30 minutes here as I was doing some stuff in the background, finishing up a project. But now I'm over here with you, and I'm looking forward to our final day of coverage here in Niagara Falls. What do you say?
He was announcing the retirement, his official retirement, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, yeah, it's going good here so far. The poorhouse off and running.
Yeah, we've seen the boys here of DFD, Drama-Free Darts, do quite well at Niagara Falls in years past and this year as well, although rebranded to the poorhouse. Maybe new sponsorships from their future. Love to see every bit of it. To that one guy that talked about getting rid of me in chat, you're banned. You're done. Get out of here.
Hashtag ditch to share. It was pretty good.
Hashtag ditch to share is actually like really funny.
Leave it to Mike Scarborough, my guy. He's the man.
Was Scarborough that said? I didn't actually read the name of who said it.
I told you Mike Scarborough said.
I had my headphones. Oh, that was Scarborough. Oh, yeah. Don't worry.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
You thought Tapegate was bad enough. There's more videos.
Breakfast must be finished.
That's actually great. I love it.
12 o'clock breakfast. Get out of here.
That's about when I used to have breakfast when we first met.
Yeah, because that's when you were waking up. Oh, what time you woke up today? Anyway, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Brutal from Will Stewart over here.
You got to.
Well, Eric Spratley. I kept saying Spartley on the stream, and I was talking with him, and he's like, "Yeah, my family was texting me, and they were like, yeah, this guy keeps getting your name wrong." And I was like, "But you know I know who you are." He's like, "Yeah," and I was like, "You know I'm stupid, right?" He's like, "Yeah."
So I just said Eric the rest of the full day yesterday.
Spratley.
Anyway, let's talk about this because we're early stages of these rounds. I mean, it's big darts, right? But there's other stuff to mention. Last night, it was kind of cool, when you're not in the dart hall, to go experience some things, right? So we got to go over to Canadian side, and see, the falls and have a dinner and whatnot. You actually went through Goat Island, is what it's called, right?
Yeah, Goat Island over there.
Check out that side.
It's named after me.
Yeah, right. How was that? I mean, that's pretty cool, right? You don't normally get to do that.
Yeah, it's cool. I haven't done a nighttime walk in Niagara in a few years now, so it was really cool. It's literally a bridge right over here on the American side. You can go over there, and it's right by a few other cool attractions, but you're basically standing on the edge of the waterfall. That railing there, I'm like, this is like barely waist height for me. Like one guy pushes me behind, like one crazy person on some bath salts, and I'm done. Game over, right? So it's incredible. I took a lot of cool videos of it, and be posting some of those soon, hopefully.
Yeah, I think that.
See, you're retiring now, Will.
I'm not anywhere.
Gonna miss Will streaming at tournaments, but Niagara Falls is a good scenic send-off, although La Crosse has a great scenery to see on a walk. Bye, Will.
Yeah, this is my first time here in Niagara, so yeah, it's a very cool experience. So I believe we will return at some point.
Oh, he edited the comment. Too late, Jeremy. We caught it.
You know what we need to do? Put that in her back.
That's a good point.
That's
you know what?
That's a will.
We'll do it in between matches. You don't need to do it right this second.
All right. Well, Seth Smith gives himself a 281. Shooter. He should just help out Larry here. But, I mean, the ultimate scoreline here, Eric not being able to get in yet.
The Kyle Anderson, can't wait for Phoenix in a couple of weeks. Yeah, I'm excited to be back out there. My second time in Phoenix, Arizona. Tried my best to make it out to the Carter's wedding. Unfortunately, could not make it in between these travel weeks here, but congratulations to them. I'm sure they'll be bringing a lot of fun to the BullShooter tournament out there at the BullShooters Lounge that we've streamed at time and time again, Will.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that one.
You actually get to see it in person after all these years.
Yeah, I get to see it in person for a change, and we just love a little Phoenix action in December.
So you've seen the videos like in the CSC of like how big the room is?
Yeah.
They bought the building next door, and that's where we're actually going to be streaming. So it's even like twice the size now,
Oh,
apparently.
nice. That's
I haven't
awesome.
even seen it yet.
That's cool. Love it. Expansion is great, and I mean that's been the signs of the CSC and the bars that are associated with it for most of the time.
Yeah, exactly right. I love to see it, the storylines that get built up. But let's look at this one right here as Spratt having a little bit of trouble. And if there's a good shot coming in here from Shooter, it can make things get very dicey very fast. Another good triple just to put pressure on freezing. Won't happen. So Spratt has an opportunity to hit a big turn here and make up for lost ground.
You almost need to have that big turn. 180 needed.
That helps. That doesn't help as much. That doesn't help as much, but a little bit more than the second dart.
A little champagne breakfast.
Is that actually what it's called?
No, I don't know.
Okay, I was like, is that? Did I not know that one?
Call the breakfast with a little Bloody Mary or mimosa added in. So
I will say that South Carolina did have some pretty good mimosa flights that the team might have indulged with on Thursday.
heck yeah.
Setting up the 1-2-6, nice leave. Anyone can hit 2. We'll need to hit 3 to take out the 1-2-6 on the return. Big last dart from Seth. Good board management to get to 1-6-7 after the first 2 darts. Smart play. Led to smart darts. But again, Shooter can make it so the freeze is guaranteed here. Not hitting what he needs. So Spratt can absolutely catch up. 140 will pretty much save the day.
But it's still a big turn he needs here, so say try to collect.
We're at 343 on the other team. You're going to have to basically hit 140.
Oh.
That just might not be enough because now you can shoot the finish and still set up the freeze for the 167, basically locking in a second attempt already at a finish.
That's another one of those rounds where he should not be going upstairs. Like, that's twice now in this match we've seen errors on the math side of things.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit more efficient. Does still get all the way down, still freezes the 167, so job done, but not job done well, per se.
And that's got to be your mindset. You're either, and that could have been it. He could have came up here just saying, I want to guarantee I'm going to come back with a shot. Let's freeze him. So it's okay to necessarily go upstairs if you have that mindset, but you always want to have a shot at it, right? So give yourself an opportunity to go downstairs and see what happens.
Now this is where it can get very interesting because the shooter's really struggling. Spratt can unfreeze. Can't stop the 16 from getting shot at. But again, if he hits a 140 and the 16 doesn't go, 70 gets a chance. You have to hit a 140 here. Eric, you have a chance once again. This time you're going to still need a favor after. It'll be a big collect. Won't happen.
No, it will not. This is going to be 2-1. Let's see it. Larry, second dart. Ooh, I didn't like that lean in.
Yeah, he thought it was in.
He's going to probably float it inside. No, he gets it. It was second dart after all.
Anyone can hit two.
Usually when you do that with your next dart, or like you kind of lean in, your next dart's going to go inside as well, right? Kind of already pushing towards that board. But resets and collects. Good shot. Need another, though. And Seth starts off with a bang.
Yeah, you're going to take that all day, every day. Shanghai Open. Again, your goal is find a double on the outer ring, hit at least two good singles or one good triple. That is all you need. 70 to 100 is enough. Anything you hit, that's a lot of bonus. A 2-0 lead in this format is detrimental. Detrimental.
Eric, you gotta follow your partner here. Cannot have some struggles. Yeah, buddy, that hurts.
Yeah, well, especially because Shooter here can go ahead and really lay in the hammer. Now, good news for the poorhouse is that Seth started off well.
Yes, exactly. Seth has that leading position, which most of the time leads to the first look.
And now they got away with it.
Yeah, they got away with one here. Shooter doesn't get in. Shooter!
Gavin?
Yes, that's exactly what you got to do.
That's a tin cup.
I hate you so much, Nick. You bashed two great movies in that one. Like, Tin Cup, solid golf movie.
That's the one where like he's like on that one hole and like shoots like 20
Brother,
different 20 different like shots.
Okay, yes.
Over the water.
It is. You know what? I'm proud of you.
I saw that on TikTok.
Proud of you, brother.
That clip. I was like, oh, that looks interesting.
Proud of you. It's a solid movie.
What do you say?
You're gonna hit this 7-iron farther than you can hit that. Yeah, there's some good movies out there. Those are definitely two qualities. Back to this match.
I just want golf content out of you. I want like one day at the driving range with you.
Seriously, I'll give it to you.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's go.
I don't want to do it. Like, I'm going to lose. I'm not like trying to call you out. I just want to like film you playing.
Seriously, we'll start. I'll regrip my clubs because I need to regrip them anyways.
Let's do it.
To even start.
Let's start with some regripping.
Let's go. I'll do it, man.
And that's much more like it there from Sprat.
Gold jacket, green jacket, who gives a
Much more like it from Sprat. Makes up for lost ground immediately.
You see, Shooter tries to follow him up here, but at least gets in. That's the key. You got to get in to fit in.
If that's what the people are saying. And again, Seth got let off. He only hit 60 on the previous turn. Slowed down, but Larry's just not in the running to try to contest. Good course correction coming in for Seth Smith.
All righty. Alex over on YouTube said, why should he have gone downstairs last game? So he had 126 remaining. So if you do the math, if you start on 19s and you hit a single, it leaves you 107. You still have a checkout option of 57.50 there. If you start on 20 with 126, you have 106 remaining on a single. So you have no option to go out after that first start.
Correct.
Single. So that is why this is the same for 119 with Seth. He started on the 20s. He got lucky, hit a triple. If he hit a single, you leave yourself 99. You can't go out in 2 darts. So it's all about what you potentially could miss and still leave an option to go out on. That's why math is so big. I mean, you look at your professional players that are going to consider counting wise in even the 350 and above range. So right from the start, they're doing their math, right? Because they know if I hit a fat 60, I got to hit this then to leave a checkout, or that could potentially leave me with a checkout option. So. $81 remaining for Seth. This is very good from him. He's himself at 84. Excellent play. Yeah, this should go in favor of the poorhouse. This Larry can start filling things up as well as Shooter. But, I mean, so far, looking like it's not going to be the case. $109, great leave for, yeah, this should be, the guy with the hammer and the chisel are already going at that piece of stone to put them in the next round. Yeah, we know.
And there you go. The poorhouse goes ahead and gets that one done in a 2-1 win there. Oh my goodness, what a great match. What a great ending to it. Poorhouse, though, just a stronger team on that one today. Isn't that right, Will?
Yeah, Nick. Yeah.
Well, here's the tea of what's going on, folks. We got our top 4 matches coming up here in our winners bracket. They are just waiting on a 2-2 and a other match to get going real quick. We're going to have a brief intermission here. We're going to send BullShooter out to actually go get some work done for once. We'll be back in just a moment's time for more coverage of the Niagara Falls Regional. My name is Nick Shera, joined by BullShooter. We'll be right back. Well, here we go. It is a great match once again on the live stream. It is a top 4 on the winner's side, and it is going to be We Trippin' versus Average Bros in this one. My name's Nick Sherry, joined by Will Stewart. Looking forward to seeing how this one will play out, and it should be some great darts all together. We've seen Mr. Logan Jensen and Chili together quite a few times now on our stream. Average Bros have been doing above average as far as making stream appearances. We Trippin' here, Steven Rusty. I believe first time making the stream this weekend so far, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this one will play out. Whether this will get either We Bull out or the Poorhouse into that top 4 matchup. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one plays. So let us know who you want to win, who your thing's going to get on top, and everything else in between. Looking forward to it. Looks like chat was chit-chatting, so we're going to catch back up real quick here. Looks like we're talking about why soft tip is more popular in North America. And I think there's a lot of different reasons for that. I've talked about it. I mean, first off, darts in general is just not as popular in North America than Europe. When you look at the 100 years since darts has really officially became a sport in England, you have a lot of a larger history. And then amusement devices and games got really popular over here. Soft tip originated in Loves Park, Illinois. So it started over here as far as back in 1975, right? So you had the sponsored tournaments, and frankly, what really made the explosion more worth it was the fact that the amusement business and business model, on top of the fact that remote play on a large continent, right? I mean, North America is massive, and the league systems that exist in Europe and the way that you can travel between different countries. And on top of that, the support of different systems working together is what makes it so effective. Over here, you don't have that same aspect. And I absolutely want to remind everybody that there is room for both in soft tip and steel tip. Doing the math and electronic scoring on the screen, I definitely think helps. I mean, don't get me wrong, it lowers the barrier to entry in a game that otherwise can be intimidating. The first time you walk into a steel tip board, you're afraid of throwing the dart too hard. You don't want to hurt anything, and you don't know how to do the math. Maybe you're worried about like having that. I'm not saying that there isn't skills you should learn as a player. You should absolutely learn those skills, but it lowers the barrier to entry. It's a little bit easier to just go ahead and pick that up rather than picking up a set of steel darts, because it can be a bit intimidating there. And chat, we're feeling feisty today with some takes too. I saw another one online earlier, but another one, soft tip freeze rule in the pro division is dumb. I would beg to differ. I think it's a perfectly viable format. I'm one of the biggest defenders of freeze rule in general, just because it forces interplay in between it. But I also think it changes the mathing and routes to make it more unique. I think as the premier format should not be freeze, but a event on a weekend where you also have a combo singles that you're just playing traditional is totally fine for me. I like the idea of the partner play, the fact that the A player is on the absolute sprint while the B player has to focus on freeze and setups as well. I think it makes it a little bit more interesting, because otherwise you could have 2 players on one score, maybe even do a 7-0-1 if you really wanted to do a doubles 5-0-1 like that. But frankly, I think that the split score freeze rule is just a little bit more interesting. You get a lot of forced errors that way, and it's just like when you have the Grand Prix going on and you get double for the first time in the PDC Tour in the whole calendar, and all of a sudden you see some shenanigans go on over there. Players forgetting to start on their double in. PDC is always an all-time clip. 165, though, is not going to be leave here for Steve, so 143 for Logan will be the first look. Chili just needs to do a good job steady scoring to make sure the pressure's on Rusty. You try to freeze whatever Steve does end up setting. Might be an opening. It will be an opening. At the very least, if Rusty scores 100 here, 165 can't be frozen. Doesn't matter because 165 isn't a finish, but it also keeps him in range to make sure that future attempts would also be safe to go. Not going to happen. 143 is now the shot here for Logan Jensen, water polo extraordinaire. Not going to take it, so he's going to focus on setup. There's no handicap in any of these formats, by the way, folks. Just a reminder. So saying pro should not have a handicap? Good. We don't have any. Hope you're happy. On the 83-4, Steve does get out ahead of the 103, but here's the question mark. Chili versus Rusty. Who's going to set up a freeze? Who's going to not freeze, 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 freeze? And there, doesn't even get to a finish. Only 22 points on the score, so once again, Rusty has an opportunity. At least 100 means 83 has a chance. See the frustration there. Now, Logan doesn't even have to take it out to make sure the 83 does not go. He's a little bit more. Doesn't get there, so 83 does have an opportunity for a break and throw to start off our first leg. Should be trip 17. First dart here. But of course, we know we see some shenanigans here on our soft tip math today. Was going 57, so now it's 64. Should go for the 14 and doesn't. Goes for the single 20. Not giving an opportunity at the bull, which is a mistake because right now there's a good chance that Rusty does freeze you just with how this is playing out so far. And I think you foregoed your only opportunity at a double in this leg, unfortunately, Steve. Will, what did you think about that right there? Only a 7 from Rusty.
Well, that would be suboptimal in this situation.
It would not be ideal, right?
No, especially with Logan looking to close this leg out now.
Yeah,
there's time.
There is time. They will be back. 161 will have a chance. 32 will not.
No, and that is something you hate to see as a player. And being Rusty is kind of you kind of feel on an island, like you just left your partner hanging dry.
Yeah, it's also league number 1 in a loser start format, right? So there is at least some benefit here, in the sense that okay, you had a really rough first leg, you just can't have 2 in a row.
Correct. And there's always that's the nice thing of not being one and done is you can redeem yourself. And that is definitely what Rusty will look to do.
Yeah, Rusty just needs to focus on getting a confidence-building turn here. Real low. He has to leave himself a finish. Last start should have been at the 18. Just in case 20 and 83 don't go, he could potentially take out a 170.
Yeah, because, I mean, at this point, if Steve and Rusty are going to win this leg, it's going to be by Rusty hitting the double.
Exactly right, but Average Bros get leg number 1 on the board here. And, of course, you're not Will Stewart. You're David Garfinkel. How you doing, my friend?
I am doing very well. Happy to be here. It's been a fun experience. The BullShooters aren't things that I for me traveling to a bunch, but
so far, but now you're addicted. Anyways, going on to the second leg here of our matchup.
It's always something that if I have the downtime and it fits into my schedule, I actually do thoroughly enjoy coming here, and it's kind of nice being in this type of environment where I can kind of just walk around and be myself and kind of almost go incognito a little bit, which is definitely fun.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fun to be able to travel a lot. I know there's very few people that travel as much as I do, and I was sitting next to Will earlier, and now I'm sitting next to you, and I'm like, yep, all right, you guys can relate. Although you do more international, which is a lot tougher, isn't it?
Yeah, I leave next week for my 6th trip of the year going overseas. So
6 just of overseas, not
Yeah.
even counting all the stateside stuff you're doing.
correct. Yeah, I like to say I'm allergic to being.
Yeah, that's how I feel nowadays too. Right now, some allergies to the doubles on the top side, but not the problem on the bottom side. Chili finds a perfect open with the 160.
Yeah, that definitely helps set the tone of this leg for them, and a win and move on leg for them.
So you're a person that does both sides of the ball, but a lot more steel than soft, I think it's fair to say.
Yes. Yes.
Now, there's a discussion actually going on. I know you heard part of my answer about why soft tip's more popular. Do you have any takes on that one?
Why soft tip is more popular than steel?
In the States.
It's in a lot of areas it's more accessible than steel. I can say as bar owners, it's more economical for them to have soft tip boards than steel tip boards because they make money off of soft tip boards. All steel tip boards do is take up space and take up table space in their establishment. And then I think a lot of it is just the divisions. And most steel tip tournaments, it's everyone plays everybody, so you're playing the top dogs versus in soft tip, the lower level guys have a chance because they're playing pretty much with
People of their own skill level.
Correct. And that's, it's that ultimate argument for better or for worse. It's from a business aspect, it's great for soft tip. To get these people out there and get them coming, but it's about trying to motivate people to get better and move up those levels and want to move up those levels rather than be content winning
In
a
level,
Division 4 or
whatever,
Division 3
yeah.
instead of getting better.
Yeah, exactly right. It's all about trying to climb up that ladder a little bit here. And that's why you have incentivized payouts on the top ends. That's why you have things like the Invitational Shootout that only go to the top ends. You get stuff like that to give carrots on a stick to climb up that ladder. But yeah, especially on the business aspect, pub culture works because darts has been there for 100 years. So back in 1925 with the National Darts Association, not the same as the NDA here, by the way. That was a different association pre-World War II.
Yes.
But it's ingrained in culture, and so therefore they can find ways to make it a draw. But here, it's not the same, right? You have to. The culture still has to be built.
Correct. And there's just a lot more to compete against over here in stateside. I mean, overseas, they deal with football, or as we call it, soccer, F1 racing, and darts. And those are their mainstream sports. We have football, basketball, baseball, hockey.
We can get rid of baseball now, right? Like the Dodgers,
Absolutely not.
kind of got the claim on it. Like,
Absolutely not. You don't take baseball away from me.
okay, my bad. I'm sorry. You sure we can't take away baseball?
I'm positive.
Like hockey, we can give to Canada.
You're not taking hockey away either. Those are my two favorite sports. We're about to fight here, Mr. Nicholas.
My favorite
Jesus.
sport, Mr. Nicholas, isn't even my father's name.
I don't care.
Oh man. Well, Rusty, unfortunately, still having the leg one struggles as we get back into this here. And while Logan absolutely is struggling as well, it becomes a very interesting battle. 197 can get brought way down here. And in fact, you can actually leave a freeze for the 164 by hitting a 180 here.
He will not do.
He's leaving
Now
himself
he's
a
just gonna
finish.
leave a finish, hopefully.
He does.
He does. I mean, that 19 switch was a bit of a bold move. That situation, you're better off staying 20s. 157 is definitely a much nicer leave than 158. But
Yeah, absolutely. It's risky, right? And we're going to scratch our heads here sometimes, but we're also going to see some brilliant play, especially as it develops on. And typically, the better strategy will reign true towards the end of today when we look at some of the teams in this. And again, these are top 4 winner side. We also got Weeble out in the Poorhouse on our other top 4 match, currently duking it out as well.
yeah, and I mean, that's something I even said with Dougie. I was talking with him, and how Porterfield likes to get in on double 16, and Dougie even turned around and was like, I have to. He needs to start going either tops or 17s to give himself a shot at the 9. Like,
I talked about it with Alex Spellman quite a lot. And again, he says going second, it's always double 20 or double 17. And he said going first, it really feels like it depends on the match situation of what he decides. But
Yeah.
he says it's way more understandable going first.
yes, I mean, obviously, going second, it's if you're not going 20s or 17s, you're just telling your opponent, here's 12 darts at it.
Now, the biggest problem is not going for it. It's staying on it after the first dart doesn't go. At that point, just settle for any double. Play for the verticality on your miss. Because at the pro level, you're missing more vertical than you are horizontal. So it's not like, because again, if you miss a double 20 going horizontal, you're still in. It doesn't change anything. Switch over after that first. Go to the left or right side of doubles. That's what I always say. I think I see people spend, I've seen people spend, and I'm not kidding you, probably almost 12 darts just trying to shoot the double 20 when they could have shot any other double.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it this year on the professional level with Gerwin Price going in on double 13.
Mm-hmm.
It's just where he felt comfortable and knew that if he was going to pull it, he would pull it down into the 6.
If it works, right?
Yep.
Well, Logan's done a good job of continuing to fix the score situation that was starting to get out of hand. Rusty needs to dig deep here. 140 at least gives an opportunity for the 52 if the 24 doesn't go.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. No matter what Rusty did, Chile still has a shot at the 24, and now the 52 won't even be able to go. We're pretty much in the same situation we were the last leg, unfortunately, where if this leg is going to go in the way of, well, it's not, as Chile drills that double 12 to perfection.
Yeah, the absolutely drilled. It's a 2-0 situation here. It's a death sentence in this format. So let's, I like to pick your brain because you're a very smart person, and I normally say next to Will, who is not. So we just saw in this tour, we finally got the format for the singles on the top level to be 0-1 cricket, cricket, 0-1, and then last leg is 0-1. Before it was actually 0-1 cricket, 0-1 cricket, 0-1 cricket. Like that's how it played. And now we're seeing double with this format. Do you think we're getting closer and closer to having potentially an alternate start at this level for level 1?
Yes, I think for singles it should be alternate start. I mean that's the reason why you go 0-1 cricket, cricket 0-1 is because with alternate start it gives each person 2 0-1 starts, 2 cricket starts. I will say last leg decider I would look into either making it choice or just cricket. I feel like with it being 0-1, even with it being double in, it puts, I feel like more times out of not, the person that wins the bull for that last leg is going to win the match. Because 0-1 is very, very heavy start favorite versus cricket, where you can battle back and you have that back and forth. So I think it will create a little bit more parity in those matches with that last leg decider.
Right.
And a little bit less emphasis on the bull. The bull is still important, but not as important as it
almost
is with
defining.
It being 0-1. Correct. I think doubles, it's either way. I mean, usually it's when you get into the best of 5s is where you start going into the argument of alternate start still works, because it's best of 3. It has to be diddle every leg or
loser
starts.
Yeah, that I don't expect to change.
Yeah, but even loser starts could be tough in a best of 3, because I mean, well, yeah, you can lose without ever. You can't lose without ever starting. You can win without ever starting.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
But yeah, it's. I mean, I don't think there's a right answer, honestly, for it.
In your ideal world, what does this doubles format today look like?
I'm always an argument for alternate, just because I feel it's the fairest way. It gives you, the diddle gives you 1 extra start, which it should be earned, and it does.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. As far as like experimenting with the format more and rewarding higher level of playing skill sets, right? When you have something like a loser starts, a little bit of a comeback mechanic. That's what it's supposed to be. Correct. Fundamentally.
Correct.
And it also it doesn't de-incentivize, but it just lowers the value of breaking throw. And so that's why it's interesting to see the development. And I think for me this year, my big internal advocation, there's a bunch, but one of the things I've been advocating for, and I'm putting pressure on the team by saying it out loud, is alternate start for the invitational shootouts. That's best of 9, best of 7 format, right?
Yes, and that that should be. But I mean, I understand why it's not, because they want, essentially what you're doing with having loser starts is you're trying to push every match to go as deep as humanly possible. That's what you're looking for, is you're looking for last leg deciders. And that's what loser starts is going to kind of build. And I mean, like you just spoke on the whole demoralizing factor, as Logan, 50 left, going to set it up, double 16 for the match.
50? Boring. You would have hit the double bowl. I'm just kidding. That was the right way to do that.
But the New York League, by me, when you play, you play 3 legs against whoever you're playing. It's assigned who starts the first leg. One team gets 2 players, the other team gets 2 of their players. So first time I ever played in the league, I don't have the start. I play the first leg. I have no idea what the form. I just know I'm playing 501 and I'm playing 3 legs against this guy. I break him the first leg. I go to throw the second leg. It's his start because it's loser start. And I'm like, what? So for me to win 3-0, I have to break him 3 straight times? Like, this is terrible.
It feels rough, right? And that's what's really cool, though, is like the different variations of format to kind of really work on and say, okay, what everybody else wants to, right? And figuring out what the players like, and then figuring out what also works with efficiency. The other factor of it all is, of course, timing of tournaments, right? Different formats have different speeds of how fast they run, and then that changes the time of your events, which changes your timing on the flyer. Match at darts for a 3-0 win to go to the seat match, and you see wasting no time there. Average Bros played above average overall. And here we are. Mike Porterfield sitting on the loving number of 69. Going to try to go ahead and take this out for a 2-0 lead in this one.
15 for Bull.
Well, now 3. You can go ahead and do that because right now Sprat's at 270, so you don't have to go all the way down below 32. Well,
that was
that 33 for 2? Is that what I don't know what was going on there.
I think that's exactly what he was going for.
Yeah, that is I'm going to use the word ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, as we said before, Mike is a 32 shooter. Leave yourself 32 because
there's no freeze roll benefit.
Look at it.
Even if there was a 180 there, you can only get to 90 from where he was at. I mean, you're taking a little bit of pressure off Doug by going lower, don't get me wrong, but now the pressure's absolutely on.
And it's Doug. Like, you have to expect a 140 out of Doug, at least.
Yeah, one more trip, and it guarantees that the 2 won't get a look. Gotta be careful. And does do so. So the 2 won't get a look. Try to set up this 2-0 advantage. That said, I'm going to hit the button. Now, I will say, one of my bigger pet peeves, unless depending on what dart you have left in hand and what score you were at when you set up 2, you can set up 4 instead. It's mathematically the same in freezing formats. But I digress. Porterfield said, oh, that's what I'm supposed to do. Goes ahead and cleans up 69 the hard way on double 3. We might be seeing 3-0-3-0s in our top 4s here.
Yeah, I mean, the other match was one that could have gone either way, depending. Obviously, Rusty struggling a little bit. If he would have found his game, those were a little bit competitive. This one, I mean, we came in at the tail end, but Seth was way down in comparison to where Mike and Dougie were. So I'm going to say he had that scoring power there. So we'll see if Sprat can kind of keep up with him in this leg to try to make something a little bit interesting here and put a little bit of pressure on our doubles cricket winners in doubles 01.
Yeah. And I people always talk about, like, with freeze formats, it's hard because you can play perfect and your partner cannot, and you can still be out of the leg. But I think that really incentivizes the team aspect of this all.
100%. And I've said this a million times to people about the freeze roll that say that they hate it. And it's the biggest thing the freeze roll does is ensure that it is you and your partner. And by that, what I mean is if you win the leg, it is guaranteed that you scored more points than the other team in that leg combined.
Mm-hmm.
And that is how it should be.
I love it.
in no way, shape, or form should your opponent score 850 points and you score 601, but you won because your partner scored 501 and you scored 100.
Exactly. And that's why it's one of those things with like freeze formats in general. Like if it's your main marquee event, maybe not. But I think for one event on the weekend, having this be your 001 type play, for me, I like that more than doing a elongated 701 type of thing.
And that is a big 180 by Seth to continue to go out and running here. And Sprat with a big one. What was that, a 152 in?
Yeah, 152 in. So these guys are playing some hardball, and though he kind of threw up his arms there like when Sprat did that. We're going to see how this plays out. Again, I don't think Seth or Eric here, knowing them fairly well from the stream, are going to have the name factor intimidation value, but they know what they're going up against statistically, right?
Absolutely. And I'm actually familiar with Seth just from the couple times that I've gone to Batavia because he's local to this area, and seeing him playing, I mean, he's always one of the top shots in that room, and that's the room that Dougie is in, and it has Mark McFadden and Ed Levesque and Gino Florian and Barlow and a lot of the big names that we have here, minus your Porterfield.
Well, it is important to note that Mike Porterfield actually is afraid of Seth Smith because Porterfield didn't make his first round trips match last night, and Seth Smith went around saying it's because he was afraid of me, and so there's a whole rumor going on out there.
And then who's the ones that knocked him out was Seth Smith again.
Oh, is that true? I didn't know the second part of that story.
Yeah, they knocked him out in the trips.
So what you're saying is Weeble really doesn't want to lose this one to them.
Yeah, what I'm saying is they're currently 0-2 against Seth Smith.
Much like Ram Guevara is 2-0 against Alex Spellman in the CSC Challenger Series.
Exactly. But yeah, and I mean, going back to it's the only way you can alleviate the freeze rule is if you went to combined score instead of stacked scoring. And that's from a value aspect to the customer. It takes away value to the customer because now they're throwing less darts in every single doubles match.
Absolutely. This is a outside looking in leg for Weeble outs. Doug has to hit a good round here to get in range. More than likely what's going to happen is that if the 129 and 109 don't go, Porterfield's going to get down real low. Doug has to leave a finish as well and hope that they miss like 17 more darts. Yeah. This leg's going to be 2-1.
I mean, yeah, because as we stand right now, both Mike and Doug are both frozen.
Yeah, they did a double freeze. One freeze is hard enough. A double freeze is impossible. So this is the moment where even if the other team doesn't take it out, you just take out the frozen game anyways as a statement piece like Kenny Doyle does every time he played with me.
Mm-hmm. Looking to fill it, and he does. That is pretty much all Mike could have done in that situation, and now he has to hope Dougie Fresh kind of just follows in those footprints, and then they each get misses and more misses. But Sprat going to look to take it right here. Leaves himself tops for the 109. And welcome to the party.
Now, unfortunately, they have to do a lot of extra catching up at this party to make up the difference because, again, they're going against the darts. But the double-double slows down everybody just a smidge.
Yes.
So that does help the case a little bit. It's all about getting a good in. If Sprat hits another 152 in, if Seth hits a good 160 in, it depends on what Porterfield. If Porterfield goes up here and absolutely bangs out a good in, you have to go for a 9, right? But this isn't the case. And now all of a sudden, I'm, again, a big fan of not having to shoot the double 20 if that's not your go-to double.
Yeah, go how you're comfortable because, well, but here's the thing is he can still turn around and throw a 12. Even with that loose in. He goes 180, 180, 125 checkout. And without you giving yourself a chance at the 9, you lost.
Again,
I
you're
understand
not wrong.
that sounds
it's
like
just percentage shots, right? It's about like when to tee up versus not on your opponent on a high finish, right?
Yes.
It's one of those like you're right. I can go either way on it. It really depends on how I'm feeling in that matchup. I think as a player.
Yeah. I think at the level of play of these guys, you have to assume they're going to hold in 12, whether they do or not. I
Right
mean,
now, this is the best case scenario for
Yes.
Poorhouse, this opening. They need to get in. They're not punishing this at all. I wouldn't even call that really a punish. It's
No.
it's helpful, but on the last third, don't get me wrong, you're not going to not want it, but
I mean, an incident and any time you could at least start running is always a positive. But you hope for more. And I think that's the reason why he got less was because he put pressure on himself. Seeing Dougie not get in was, this is my chance, big in, big moment, big dart.
there you can see good recovery. Does find the 140 for Seth Smith. Now he's pushed off from Mike Porterfield. He has gained ground, and what you're going to notice in games like this is it's about battling against A versus A, B versus B. In your head, you're thinking, okay, every single round, I just need to score a little bit more than the other guy. I won that fight. And then how many rounds of that fight do you win before you get the knockout? That's really how you have to put in the boxing world, and a sport that is better than hockey, at least. Well, it used to be, not anymore. Here's how little I know
you don't
about
watch
sports.
hockey at all, do you?
The company Touchtunes had a summer sales meeting, and they said, "Hey, we got box seats for everybody at the Brewers game." And I called my dad, and I actually told him, like, "Oh, I'm going to my first hockey game." Like, honestly, thinking that I was going to a hockey game.
Oh my God.
That offended you on two different levels. That's a true story.
Nick the Sheriff, folks.
My favorite sport is darts. Like, I truly am a one-trick pony with this. And go to
Yeah.
UCF Knights.
Yeah.
The most likable of the Florida football collegiate team.
Gotcha.
I mean, better than me, Gators fan.
Go Gators, chomp chomp.
We do the chomp, guys. Oh, my goodness. Well, there's the foot off of the pedal for Seth, who really could have kept putting the pressure on Porterfield. Doug can put the pressure on Spratt, right? Because right now, neck and neck effectively, but one good round makes you have to answer it.
And I mean, in 2 darts, Dougie scored more than Spratt did in 4.
But again, all will be forgiven because of the fact that Seth is beating out Porterfield as long as Spratt can keep up. Again, a 140 here is massive.
Yeah, I wonder, Spratt needs to stay aggressive and not get defensive and have that mindset of instead of I'm going to try to not freeze my opponent, I'm going to take this out. As Mike finds the trip on his last dart to salvage it a little bit. Definitely not shooting to the level that we've seen Mike play it so far this weekend. And Seth going to need a trip to leave an out, but that was the wrong trip anyway. 57 doesn't get you to an out there, Seth. You needed to go trip 20.
Yeah, bad arithmetic might be costly here, especially because Doug is going to be the first one out of finish. I can say that confidently because just look at the way things are shaping up. Well, make me a fool? Shame on me. Shame on me. What had happened was...
That's what happens when you put the cart before the horse. The horse just runs right into the cart.
That's true. Stupid horse. Brett cannot get to a finish here. A little bit of a voice crack from me on that one. My goodness. Yeah, so he can't get to a finish, so all he can do is try to get in range to set himself up for a finish.
That's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, Porterfield here. Can he snap back into reality in this leg? He has not gotten punished so far.
He does get to a finish at least. It is a big one. Seth's going to see what he can do to set this up. Leave it handy in case he can get a poke at it.
Not really handy. 142, it's a slight improvement over 161, and that's a stretch of the slight improvement. Doug to leave 16?
I'd say it's definitely an improvement. Anytime you can go triple outer ring versus triple bull.
Yes. When that's where the slight part is, it's still a trip.
Yeah.
Right?
I think you're talking 7% to 3%.
Yes. I would say that's fair. You're really good with your numbers.
That's steel tip percentages, so here probably bump it up 14 to 6.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Interesting. Well, this is still not a foregone conclusion of this leg. It will be if Sprat doesn't collect here, because then the freeze will be on for 142. That's almost in the 12.
Yeah, I'm going to say Seth is going to be frozen.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, if Porterfield scores, 15 points?
Yeah, it's all set to freeze, because you can't really bust. So unless he really messes up this turn,
yeah,
there's no way to shoot the 161 and bust effectively. That will be just fine.
Love that last start.
Good board management there from Porterfield.
96, way better leave than 101. If I'm Seth, just stay there.
Well, he's not going to be the one that's going to be able to take out the game, right? So that's why you're saying that. You're saying just bring down your points as much as possible. I definitely want to be switching out of my way to go to leave 10 either way, but he at least brought a score on down. Sprat has to set himself up and take out the game more than likely. If the poorhouse wants to continue on to a last leg decider, I should say.
Yeah, and it was just, his second dart tripped that 20. He's right there. Kind of just stay with it, throw that same dart. The difference between you leaving yourself 7 or 10 is so minimal at this point, because you're going to have another turn to turn the 7 into 3 or 4 if you really want to, 4 if you really wanted to. Big darts there, though, by Sprat.
The route to success, 96 either busts, which would be insane for a shot at 10, or doesn't go, and the 8 doesn't go for 69 to get taken. There is still a pathway out of this. It won't bust. It does. You can see Doug back there with the reaction saying, please don't unfreeze the 10. 10 should get cleaned up to 4.
Yeah, just a nice fat 6 here. Maybe even go double 3 to...
I feel like he's going to go 8. No, he does go 6. Good job, Seth. Seen so many people. He's backing it up for a second. Not sure what he wants to do. There we go. He's icing him. I like it. But you still expect Doug to take this for the match, folks.
Yes. And I mean, with the last turn that Sprat had, you almost think that this has to go. You definitely don't want to give Sprat the look at the 69.
Uh-oh. Double 2 does go, and that almost became very interesting very quickly, as that almost got out of hand for Weeble Out, who absolutely let off the gas there for those last 2 legs. At least to their standard.
Yes. But we didn't see the first leg. We came in the tail end of the second leg, and the tail end of the second leg, Seth was outscoring both of them in that one also.
Absolutely.
So, who knows? I mean, they're going to have to get it together for this king seat match, that's for sure.
Well, we're going to go ahead and get that seat match over here in just a moment's time. We're also going to get that level 3 seat match over to the bullpen area as well. If I may ask, while I still have you here for a second, Mr. Garfinkel, you've been sitting by me and Will in the background here in the stream room. Who do you like better out of the 2 of us?
Have a good night, folks.
We'll be right back. It is time now for the level 3 seat match of Mean Girls and Beer Pressure. Taking on our dartboard here in our 501 Fat Bowl open format. My name's Nick Teixeira, joined by David Garfinkel here. We're going to get that level 1 seat match in just a moment's time. It did not start yet, but we figured we wanted to spend some time here in one of our other levels. David, are you excited to see some different players on the stream?
Oh, absolutely. And it's always good to give love to everyone that's here and show love to every single level and not just placate to the top players, because everyone is so important in this game of darts. In every tournament, every player is equally as important as the next.
The top players help perpetuate the game with their publicity. The average players are the ones that fund it, build it, and everything else in between, right?
Correct. You need the bottom of the pyramid to build the top.
And the bottom of the pyramid, I would flip it the other way around. They really do make up the entirety of the culture behind it, right? These are the people that are watching and consuming those same top players playing on the stream.
Correct. And that's an argument I used to always have by me with my tournaments on why I would extend payouts kind of a little bit deeper. And it's because, well, if you want to make the big money for first, we need all of these people
everybody else
to give the money so that I have the money. And if they're not getting something out of it, they're not going to come.
Well, I also have to ask you, because you're a dart jersey professional, how do you feel about this man's shirt here? I suck at darts here in level 3.
It's a shirt. It's a shirt.
Go ahead, just write down that time. Well said. Now I know your actual opinion on that shirt.
I mean, it's a t-shirt. It's
great. I love it.
It speaks the message, and it's one of the things that make this level of darts so great.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. As there you go. Last start from Lucky Felts, that is. You go ahead and get to a finish here. And the 167 is open Fat Bowl, right? So this opens up a lot of new pathways.
A lot of new pathways. Like 107. And where to go to start off.
Yeah. 7 bowl every single time.
Oh, yeah, of course.
That's what you do in the professional level. Here, Griff's going to try to play supporting duty. So it's all about finding 2 bulls around. And if you're getting 1 every now and again and 2 and trading off there, you're going to be really happy. Basically, moral of the story is try to find yourself right around 30 to 33 points per dart.
Yeah, and I'd even be willing to say level 3. That's on the higher end.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you can go 1 bull and have one of the fallouts at least be top 25% of your fallouts, being 2019, 18, 17 in that area, and you get yourself in a 70s-ish range per turn.
Right.
Get about a 25 average per 3 and occasionally sprinkle in the 2 bulls or the hat tricks.
Those hat tricks can be really big when they do rear their head. Mama D, by the way, and I believe Rachel as well, or maybe not on the same team, but different points. But Mama D for sure did play, I believe got to the 3rd place match of level 4 yesterday in cricket doubles.
Okay.
I recall they fell just shy.
So Griff here going to look to get at least 1 bull here, as he does.
Certainly does. So 176 now is going to be the angle for Rachel. So 66 for Lucky Strikes.
16 for bull. Exactly what he does.
Ooh.
And that is always the risk of leaving the bull with your second dart, is you might not get a 3rd dart.
Yeah, I mean, it's a risk I feel like is usually worth the payoff in a format like this, on like something like a 56. Just because, again, you're looking at level 3 on the finishing, right? So
Correct.
The outer ring is going to be a lot tougher.
Correct. And this was this was a conversation I had last night with Dougie, because when they ended up getting eliminated, it was a look at 70. And they went 20 bull, missed the bull, and hit a 19. And he was arguing that the better shot there is going bull double 10, because then you'll have 2 shots at the winning dart potentially.
Yeah,
More
well,
than likely.
it lets you miss on the first and still be able to course correct, rather than you can't miss on the second, or
Correct.
you have to have a good miss at the very least. And this is why the correct answer out of all that, and I wish I was sitting there because I could have told you it, practice your fallouts. That's the real answer.
Obviously.
Gonna bring this down here.
That
Freeze rule happened, and there we go. Leg number 1 will go to beer pressure, as that is a rarity on our live stream. Uh-oh.
I don't know if that was an oopsie daisy on that 11, but I mean, that went in with conviction.
I think she immediately threw it and realized what she was doing after she threw it. That's a 1-0 lead there for beer pressure. Oh my goodness, that is some shenanigans.
And I have to say, the one thing that I do love about the BullShooter boards is they don't tell you if you're frozen.
It's actually a toggle. You can choose to have that on or not for your tournament, right?
Yeah.
Which is nice, because in league play, use that to learn. And in tournament play, don't get any assistance.
Correct. And I love that, and that's how it should be. Like, you have to be able to track something. There has to be something on you to know whether or not you can win, and your team is playing a team game.
Exactly right. And also, again, communication with your partner. Now, again, that scenario, just by her immediate reaction, it almost makes me think that, like, I don't know what she was intending as her target, but I almost think she knew she was frozen and still hit it.
Yeah.
It's very peculiar. I want to ask Rachel about that one in due time, depending on how this goes. You never ask a player about that immediately after, by the way.
No.
Unless you're the partner, then you absolutely immediately ask what happened.
You're the partner, or you're very close friends with them.
Mm-hmm.
I love when, Dougie Beam does something a little not smart, and I have no problem going right up to him and being like, Bro,
what happened here?
What went through your mind on that one? Please inform me.
I do the same thing with Will Stewart after seeing any time he plays the bull hitters with his strategies that he chooses, and then tries to say, well, I didn't expect him to know soft tip as well. I was like, yeah, okay, whatever helps you sleep at night, brother.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with cricket and people overseas and just assuming they don't know what they're doing. And sometimes they don't, but there comes a time where strategy just doesn't matter anymore when you can hit every triple that you look at.
Oh, we saw that. My favorite example of strategy doesn't matter when you're hitting is the 2022 CSI finals at TOC, Leonard Gates versus Jules. And Jules' cricket strategy was in its infancy compared to where it is now.
Oh,
He's obviously
terrible.
knows it now, but at the time, it was god-awful. And he proceeded to get into a very disparaging position. Leonard won the first couple sets, and then Jules ripped 3 sets off the spin just by sheer force of will. That was something that was one of the most incredible matches ever, because I just couldn't even tell you what was happening anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I saw it watching a cricket game overseas of 2 youth players playing against Luke Humphreys and Ryan Searle. And a couple guys from America trying to give the youth guys strategy and saying, no, with the right strategy, you can beat them. And after 2 legs, they literally turned to him and was like, yeah, with them 9 marking every turn,
Doesn't matter.
There's nothing you can do. Like
you can help, you can't. It won't fix it.
You're just gonna lose to them. Sorry.
Can you explain the freeze rule, please? Absolutely, Palmer. So if your partner score is higher than the other team's combined score, you're not allowed to win the game. So if your partner's sitting at 300 and the other 2 players on the other team's combined score is, let's say, 280 combined, then you're not allowed to win the game. So again, partner is higher than the other team, no good. If you do take it out while frozen, it ends the game.
Yep.
And you lost. It's not a bust, which I think is the most punishing part of freeze rule, is that you would expect it almost to be a bust, and then all of a sudden it's like, actually, no, you just lose.
Yeah, and I don't know. Like, kind of my wonder there is if it's a programming thing of why that initially started, or just you weren't paying attention, you deserve to lose.
There's some story I could ask Sam Zamoto or someone at Arachnid to hear, I'm sure. I have to figure out why. I wonder, like, because there's so many different rulings where you're like, you see warning labels on products, and you're like, who did it? Why did this label get put here in the first place? It's the same thing with that. I wonder what the story was, or
why does my container of Tide Pods say "don't eat"?
why? And honestly, bring back the Tide Pod challenge. I'm going to be honest.
All folks listening at home, do not in eat fact, Tide Pods. Do not listen to
Nick Teixeira. This is
Teixeira
not medical advice.
He is saying this in jest. Do not consume.
Do not
your Tide
ingest.
Pods.
Do not ingest, actually. Oh, I love it. Now, this is a course correction. Rachel's taking out her anger from the last game finishing the way it did.
Absolutely, and she is out on fire here.
Her Mama D clicking quite well. And I love the leveled play aspect, bringing it so you see these different combinations of sometimes a female's double team, sometimes a mixed team, sometimes an all-male team. You've seen different combinations play against each other, especially when you get into the different levels outside of level 1.
Absolutely, and that's one of the great things about level play is having women and men play against each other and compete against each other in a sport that the difference in skill level between the two and the difference in the biology it exists, but it's not that big of a gap.
Well, exactly right. And it's all about building up systems that can enable people to play, because a 4.0 average is a 4.0 average on however you chalk it up, right? It doesn't care if you're male, female, tall, short, whatever. If that's your average, that's your average. It's about building up and cultivating the environments to help develop those players. So women's singles events and women's events are important because you're trying to build up the female side of the community, but it's not because they can't play on the other side of the ball. As she just tried to go for the trip 7 on the last start there. No immediate. Oh, wait. Yes. Oh, wait, no, 138. Yeah, 170. 72 can go now. That was way too risky.
Way too risky.
15 for Bull. Here's the Bull. And that's the match. Wow, that's going to be heartbreaking. And I don't want Rachel to kick herself for that matchup. Because, again, while it is a disappointing result of how it finished up, she absolutely was probably the strongest player on that board in that match.
Absolutely. She played brilliantly, and 2 bad darts ended up being the difference in that match, unfortunately.
Yeah, clerical errors lead to clinical results for the other team, but Weeble out versus Average Bros. Level 1 seat match just got called up, so it is going to be a moment's time here. I do want to shout out some of our other matches going on. We have a seat match getting chalked up here for Thick Boys and Scoots in level 2. We just saw level 3. And level 4, I believe it's an all-female seat match. Champagne Breakfast taking on Brass Ovaries. Love team names. We'll be back in just a moment's time with more coverage here in Niagara Falls. Don't go far, folks.
Well, let's watch this seat match. What do you say, ladies and gentlemen? Here we go. We have We Bull Out taking on the Average Bros in this one. William Stewart alongside is Mr. David Garfinkel as we continue our Sunday Fun Day coverage. This should be a doozy. I mean, we saw the success that Mike and Doug had yesterday, of course, winning the singles cricket event. This one's a little bit different in the fact that it's 0-1 and a little freeze rule, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, both of these guys had a little bit of a tough semifinal match. They both won 3-0, but not very convincingly. So we'll see what we have here.
Yeah, I mean, we have. So you have the newer gentleman, Logan Jensen, who did. I did see him today in Starbucks on my way down, and he said, "Hey, you want to compliment my socks before we go?" Just because he has been watching on, I guess, because I made fun of him in the socks. I said, "No, brother, those are atrocious." But anyway, yeah, these two younger gentlemen can get it done against the experienced veterans, but it's a tough task. I mean, we know what Mike and Doug can do. We've seen it all weekend, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be a 35 to 40 average for the match.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of the level you have to equal up to. So, I mean, you're gonna put pressure on yourself to throw big darts, and pressure creates diamonds or it creates coal. Let's see which way we go.
You are correct, buddy. That's a great little kudos to you. That's way better than anything Nick's ever said, pun wise. I still have control of that mute button. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate it.
Don't worry. I got your back here. On that visit, William was a little leaky.
Quality. Quality. The leak, the worst of the onion family.
This coming from William Shallot.
All right, Logan, got to do some damage here. You're up against it early in this one, 273 and 299. So you knew going into this one it's going to be likely that Mike and Doug get it done, but it's not always the case. But you got to start off hot, and this is kind of a sizzle to start.
Yeah, and I mean, at least it's only the first leg. You're starting the second leg.
Yes, and that's key here too. The first leg isn't always the tail of the tape.
No, especially with this loser starts format, you don't have to worry about, you were broken the first leg, now you have to break back. You still have the start in the second leg. So all you're in control of is your own darts and your starts and what you can do. But I mean, we're looking right now, both of them are pretty much a solid turn behind both members of the other team.
Mm-hmm. One over on YouTube, it says, thanks for the streams. Would it be possible to show the player's stance, foot position from the side or rear angles from time to time? Happy darting, y'all. Really what we could give you is the behind the back shot, just because we only run about 3 cameras when we do these, 3, possibly 4. So we'll see if we can potentially set that up, especially our ideal setup for that would be Chicago, where we're able to set up those side angles and whatnot to show you that. So a little bit tougher on the regional stages to do that, but we'll see if we can maybe work something out to produce that, because those are fun angles from the side, just to see the release of the dart, where if there's a lean forward, if maybe that elbow moves a little bit.
And I mean, one of the biggest things on the soft tip side is that follow through.
Exactly.
I mean, you see a big difference between some of the top players and some of your lower level players with that follow through, and either extending it or kind of just that little flick.
Yep. Well, Doug down at 74. Mike can try his hand at this 133 if he wants, and he's going to give it at least a potential look. Sets up the tops if he returns, but it's an if. I think Doug will have a good chance of taking the 74 out.
Yeah, he's going to go trip 14 for double 16, I'm sure.
Well, if not, it sets up to 20 tops, the 60 finish. See, look at the 14. Okay. Dougie. Good old Dougie. Having some fun for the stream.
Always the showman.
Goes 10 for Bull. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that is only because he was on this stream here.
Yeah.
And the distance
And also,
in between.
Correct.
Yeah, so.
When both of your opponents are at 240, 220, you got time. And when you have a Mike Porterfield in your back pocket sitting on 40.
All right, double 10, Mike. Boo. Showman it up. Come on. Well.
Oh, boy.
Well. Yeah, they've got plenty of time. There's no chance of Logan or Will get into a opportunity of a freeze here.
I mean, at this point, you want to be the showman, Dougie. I see 5-5-5-5 in your future.
Let's do it.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
Yeah, it doesn't mess about now. 9-8 to take the win. We are on to leg number 2. And you sense like average throws, just that they're going to have to grab this leg.
Yeah, you don't want to go down 2-0. That's for sure. And then you're going to have to break at some point in the match. But that is a maximum in for Logan with the 160 in.
Yeah, that's clutch stuff there.
And that's one of the few occasions that I actually like Mike taking that look at the tops for the first start before going to his coveted double 16 to try to give him a shot at the 9 with Logan in good position for a 12.
There you go. Yeah, advantage for player 1 score line.
Oh, Mike does not get in, but Dougie does.
Tough to keep it going, but it's a solid ton, you know. There's no harm, no foul in that. He looked like he was frustrated on it.
Correct. And at this point, especially when you get that 160 in, it's just stay solid.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, just keeps it going here. I mean, it's going to take some big darts, and this could be a big round. We'll see. I mean, a 180 or 140 is massive.
Yeah, I mean, what we're looking here is Dougie has to kind of keep out. That's a perfect first start for him.
Oh, my God. And you just knew it was coming, right? You just knew it was coming, ladies and gentlemen. A big 180.
Yeah.
Speaking minds over here. What?
It's going to be Dougie's job to kind of keep up with Logan here and try to pinch this from him as Mike and Chili kind of a little bit back, but
player 1, player 4 score lines could that play a role, but you can see there Logan only 45
and a 180 here from Mike kind of flips this whole thing.
That's what I'm saying. He had the pressure of going up and seeing Doug hit the 180, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's a big hit from Mike Porterfield.
And now this flips all of the pressure onto Chili.
Exactly. He needs to collect here on a good round. Easier said than done.
Another second dart. Follow it.
Oh, needed another trip 20. It's still a good round.
Picks up a 3 triple visit. Just 2 of the wrong triple.
Mm-hmm. And see, Doug he's still the one that gets to go here. So advantage. Now advantage Mike and Doug.
Yes, Dougie is first to an out, sitting on 104 now.
What a turn. Even with the hot start from Logan.
I mean, he still leaves himself 96 after 12. The problem is that might not be good enough.
Going down to 19, set up the big fish.
No matter what, Dougie will have a look at the 104. He cannot be frozen.
Mike Maloney, that is David Garfinkel, formerly member of Simon and Garfinkel? Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
That's right. So he's a musical genius. Very tall, very lengthy. Are you 6'7"?
Yeah. when I stand up straight. Usually when you see me, I'm about 6'4".
Thank you. Here we go.
Unfortunately, not going to have a chance to take this out.
That's the bummer, right? So can only set it up. I mean, that would have been a sucker if he would have hit the second right on trip 20 and then kind of had to fumble to a start, right, or to a finish. So leaves the 2. I would have probably left the double 2 instead.
Big last start here, but a big visit here by Chili can freeze out Dougie. Just a 140 would have been needed.
Mike, it's because we didn't say anything because he went 10 bull last game just to mess with people. Like he's just a showman. He's trying to be a showman, although he hasn't converted yet. So really, is he a showman or just doesn't convert? Just doesn't convert.
Yeah, he tries.
Well, there you go. 2-0 advantage. And, yeah, Logan and Chili get the start again. And it seems like it's got to be another good one. And you got to continue the success. You can't fumble.
Oh, another great start to the leg, though, by Logan, like he did last time. We'll see if he could kind of just keep the pedal on the floor here. And again, in the opening A players, it's advantage Logan over Mike.
See how it plays out here. Next few. We always say on Dark Connected Steel Tip, it's the first 9 average, right? That's pretty big. It doesn't get said a lot here on the soft tip side because it's not a number that's really, tracked. Exactly. Yep. But it is massive in this form. I mean, you've got to hold true. That first 9, and you see here from Doug, captures the 160. Keep it going. Big 180 from Logan Jensen.
Yeah, I mean, Logan has to shoot a 12 here. He has 12 darts to take this out because
it's not necessarily Mike, but it is the fact that Doug is on as well. Because if Doug comes in here and throws a 140 or 180 as well, okay, we're on for one, but
I'm going to say if any of these darts are in a trip 20, we're going to see a reaction from Dougie.
Oh.
And there it is.
2 trip 5s. There's still a reaction. It just wasn't as brilliant as it could have been, right?
Well, you saw his face after that first trip 5 was a face of disgust.
Yeah, it was not thrilled with that first dart. Because he knows now it opens the door for Logan. 108's not a bad leave. Not a bad leave at all.
And he very well might have 6 from this point.
We'll see. Will help your partner out. That's a great start.
One more.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful 140. That's exactly what he needed to do there. Now, if Dougie... I stopped what I said there because I don't want to curse him here. Yeah, but say, if he can come up with a 2 triple turn, it would be great. Leaves
Yeah,
the
but-
155, but yeah, I think that this should go.
Even a 2 triple turn, though, he still would have left himself with a big ton plus checkout.
What a collection.
What a leg by Logan.
And look, he ripped off Superman style. You see that? I love it.
He went full Cam Newton touchdown celebration. Got to go with the Sunday football reference on Sunday Fun Day.
Needed to have it, too, and amazing.
That is a big on, though, for Mike, putting pressure on Logan, who hasn't had that pressure of watching what his opponent does before him. But he answers the call. Big 115 in, a little unlucky on that second dart, slipping into that trip 5.
Yeah, Logan, in a little groove here. A big checkout will do that.
Only an 80 in for Doug, but an in's an in, and a first dart double is incredibly important, especially at this stage of this match, of this tournament. And Will finds his way in also. We are all up and running in this match, which is good to see. You hate to see double trouble this late in an event, this late in a match.
I actually talked with Doug today about that unfortunate final and Mike where the ends just weren't going for him on the 501 side of things.
No.
Oh, that's a terrible, unfortunate turn there.
Yeah, that hurts. That hurts.
Doug is going to make him pay, too. You know he is.
19s?
Yeah, it looks like it. Not a triple, but it's still a solid 99.
Dougie is an old school stacker. He wants to be at the bottom of the bed and lay his second and third darts just right on top of them. So you'll see a lot when he goes high on target, he will switch to a new target because he doesn't, his darts, the way they go in, he just can't get under typically that over dart. Big 140 from Mike to get himself to 152, first 2 and out.
And you can see Logan can't do anything here, neither can Chili. I mean, they're going to be outside no matter what.
Yep.
And, yeah, that's, I hate to say it, that's probably going to do it. I mean, 152 is probably going to get 6 from the number. Yeah, I mean, look back as well. Even just on a 135. That should lock it in for We Bull Out. Once again, just putting on a great performance here twice in this match. Doug went for Bull.
Yep.
He probably shouldn't have.
Well,
The thing, you're in front of the cameras, I get it, but
in front of the camera is a big enough lead.
yeah. You can truly see him and Mike are having a ball.
Yeah, and I mean that's that's the age of darts that we're in now.
Yep.
We're in the age where we have Luke Littler on stage at 121 going bull 777 bull.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, it's just combining here. Logan has to sense that this one's over. I think that's where those few bad rounds come in. He's a great player. Don't get me wrong. It's just you got to go through these down moments to find some success, right?
Yeah, and it's never good in a leg when both you and your partner are both frozen.
Yeah.
That is always a recipe for disaster.
Certainly is. And things we're already into the 5th, 6th matches on our level 1 side.
Double 18 for the match. What a 1-2-1 check out there.
Quality check from Mike Porterfield to get it done here as we bull out. We'll lock in a 1st or 2nd place finish here in this one. As we're going to take a moment, we're going to head on over to our overhead view of Jonathan Long's matchup as well as one next door. So enjoy this viewpoint, folks. We'll be right back with more coverage here from our New York Regional for the BullShooter World Tour. William Stewart, David Garfinkel. That'd be the last time that we see him. So bid him adieu. Thanks for joining us, David. We appreciate it.
Always a pleasure, and you are all reprieved out there.
Take care. We'll be right back, folks.
BullShooter World Tour is back and better than ever. It's the 5th place matchup here. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stewart.
Well, okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Happy to be here, I guess. That was scary.
Bingo! Have you even seen that trend online, by the way?
Nope, have not.
It's stuck in my head, and I'm just gonna let you know. It's a bunch of kids in middle school and high school. They go bingo, and they flip out of their chair backwards, and then they all do it one by one.
Wow.
Anyways,
if you went 5 big booms, boom, boom.
That's over now.
No, it's still a thing.
It's over now, brother.
Don't you ever say that.
Over now, brother.
That's someone's favorite saying. Anyway, here we go.
5th place matchup here. It's going to be 5th, 6th, I should say. Frickett taking on Wee Trippin'. And curious to see, we did see Wee Trippin' earlier on the stream. And Rusty was the X Factor component of that matchup. He was struggling to get going. We're going to see if he loosened up a little bit and is going to be trying to produce some better results in this race to 2 loser side matchup.
Yeah, this is going to be a quick one, I feel.
Mr. Grinch?
You're a mean one. It's the Grinch. Why'd you have to put that on me? Because now my kid's already starting to watch the Grinch already, because we're in that time frame, apparently. She starts to watch the Grinch in June, but whatever.
Oh, whatever indeed. This should be a good one. Winner of this matchup will go on to play the Poorhouse, and we'll be following 4th, 3rd, and finals for this bracket. If any other finals are still going on by the end, we will cover them, but admittedly, the other brackets are moving pretty fast. So unlikely that we'll get that level 3 already in 3rd place match.
Oh, jeez.
Level 4 in 5th, 6th, and level 2 is also in 5th, 6th. So the odds are we're probably just getting the level 1 finals today, just because by the time this one ends, those ones will also be over.
Yeah, and hopefully these guys speed it along, because I don't want to leave my boy hanging here, but I'm probably going to have to.
Oh,
Yeah.
Hi, your boy.
You said it was okay to leave, and I'm like, I don't think it's okay. I should change my flight here.
Isn't Godek saying, hi, Nick, F you, Will, no reason?
That's pretty harsh, but okay.
I like that he clarified, though. I just wanted to do it for the love of the game.
That was supposed to be the heart emoji, Will.
Oh, you typed it wrong?
Yeah.
On his keyboard, knowing Jason Godek, he definitely could have the wrong keybind set up there.
That's it.
Well, Rusty is not in after 9.
Rusty's having a lot of trouble here.
Rusty not feeling trusty. And he's not even going to get a chance to busty because he can't get in. All right.
Yeah, you should have started while you were
Yep, I should have started more.
Now you done messed all of us up here, bud. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, so as we're winding down for your stay here in Niagara Falls, what's your experience, not just with Niagara, but we know how you feel about going to Canada and getting the poutine. Trust me, we all know that you like the poutine. Talk to us a little bit about your experience here just with this tournament, because every tournament's a little different with the player pools, vibes, and energy out there. Talk to us a little bit about that.
First off, don't know why I had to put emphasis on poutine there, but anyways.
We know you like your poutine.
Great, delicious, by the way. I need to have.
Delicious, amazing.
I think there's a lot of good talent in this room. I think that we're seeing the leveled system work out once again. It's pretty impressive. That level 4 final, that was so much fun last night, seeing that battle between 2 great ladies that were attacking the board, and 2 great guys that were having fun as well, and just managed to sneak it out on them. But I think that this New York Regional, I think that there's a reason why we normally try to attend this one, right? Or try to make this one happen every year. It's because the success rate is pretty good. So kudos to the players. I think we had, 100 trips teams. This speaks for itself, right?
Absolutely. And on top of that, shout out to Jordan, our director of sales here at the hotel that you got a chance to talk with.
Yeah, great person. She's director of sales, so pretty much hand in hand with getting the tournaments here and whatnot. So they have this regional here, but they also have the CDC every year in attendance for one of their events. So yeah, it's nice to have these locations that knows what darts can do and can provide from the financial standpoint. So yeah, I think that the continued success of tournaments is based on that partnership between the hotels and locations that we have our tournaments at. So kudos.
Absolutely. It's an integral part as the kid hits an integral shot. Finding 123 to leave 58, well out in front, and pretty much guaranteeing that this will be a break a throw for Wee Trippin'. And Rusty's just going to have to snap out of it. He's been struggling. We saw him do well up until the point on the winner's side. They got a 3-1 win to start off their day, then a 3-1 win on Hard on Ronnie. 3-2 win over Ultra before losing out to Average Bros, who we saw in that seat match.
Add to the scoreline of the kid here. He's going to get at least that look at tops, right?
Exactly right. You see a comment here asking the dates for next year's New York Regional. We barely have the dates out for this year.
We're trying. We'll get those.
That being said, it's normally always around this same time every single year. This was one, like, there's certain regions that are extremely consistent on when they are. Houston, New York, Pennsylvania, those are all very consistent regionals. So safe to assume it'll be around same time in November next year.
I think the goal for BullShooter, of course, is, with the continued success and what have you, is, of course, to work into a point where you have those dates announced for the full tour a year ahead of time, so that everybody can figure out their plan of attack to attend a couple events, right? So we'll get there. We'll get there.
One step at a time.
Hashtag ditch neck. Anyway.
I can't believe we have a new hashtag. Ditch to Shara, isn't it? What it is?
Yeah, ditch to share. There we go. But either one works. I mean,
no, it doesn't. Like, we just don't have to make it
works.
work. No,
it works, guys. It works.
Still in a disparaging position. Nothing Steve can do here. Kid, while missing the doubles, is not going to get punished for doing so in this instance. Take out the 134 and tell your partner to do better. Kenny Doyle's school thought. Here we go. The kid stepping up.
And looking for double 10 now. And Bus, as he finds the double 15.
So you have to leave a finish here if you're Rusty, because there's still no guarantees, right? So you have to figure out. 140 does not leave you on at 165. Good board management matters.
Yeah, straight darts going to cause some issues there.
Yeah, now you're just letting even more darts come at doubles now. Unfortunate. Rusty knows what he can do and just hasn't been able to produce in the last match or this one so far. 42. Stays there for double 11. You have time, so I think you can tee it up a little bit more, but that's okay. Well, I need you to wake up.
Oh, I'm fine over here, brother. I'm ready to crash on this flight here soon. Well, you got to deal with all the other madness for a change.
Like tearing down and everything. How's it feel to be the talent?
It's kind of crazy to be
I had to keep reminding you, I'm like, dude, you're just the talent.
I just got to come and voice things here, I guess.
Nothing is funnier than my dad coming up to us at the invitation. He's like, oh, so it's like the opposite of the USA Darts gigs.
Exactly. That's what it is. You see a little stressful Nick for the BullShooter gigs, not Will. Now, USA Darts gig? Yeah, of course. I'm going to be a little stressed out, so sorry ahead of time. Anyway, there you go. Winner for the kid and David. 1-0.
Let's see what Steve's going to be able to do, because here's the thing. If you know your partner's struggling, the best thing you can do, if not besides slap them out of it, is outbeat the opponents by just racing to the finish line. $93 on the score there. A solid opening. Kid's going to have to get right back into the mix as well. Putting the pressure, making Rusty feel it, right? Right.
I guess. Right. Right, brothers. The wrong brothers.
What's wrong, brother? It's in. This will not be the same case as the last leg at the very least.
David doesn't want to be the only man out here, so gets in first start. Maybe not the best of follow-ups there, only a 5 and a 1, but in is the main thing, right?
Right.
Right. Solid 140 there. Steve finding success here with the start. This is just playing out right here, unless David comes up with a good hand, or a good round, I should say. Good hand. Are we playing poker, Will? Maybe.
Hardly know her.
It's not as successful as you needed, right? So, really needed a little bit more in the tank. Maybe 2 triples rather than just the 1. Will we be square 4? 1-1 last leg decider. Joseph asking, how do the levels work? So, reminder, if you plan on attending a BullShooter regional, you need to submit some stats ahead of time just so we can get a general guideline or know where you sit, right? Whether it's steel tip, soft tip, we can accommodate, but we want those stats ahead of time just so we can place you in a general area of where you should be. Now, depending on the players that attend, we will rank people based off of that. So, the first quarter will be in level 1, the second quarter will be level 2, third quarter will be level 3, fourth quarter will be level 4. So, it's just kind of based on who is there. So, yes, that means that you could go to this BullShooter regional here in New York and be a level 2 player. Well, you may be going down to Phoenix the next weekend and find yourself in level 3 or level 1. It doesn't necessarily mean you are strictly level 2. So, it's based on who's participating, but there's a certain average that'll put you up or put you down. Anyway, hope that makes sense. No way to check this out now for 108, but you can bring it down to a single dart checkout. It is a single dart checkout, although I doubt he'll take his look at Bull, let's be fair. See, we'll be happy just to help out Steve here. There you go. There's the helpful hand he needed. David well back. Like I said, this leg should go. Do we tripping for 1-1 in our 5th, 6th matchup of level 1? Both will have to put a little bit better performance up. They plan on continuing on, possibly getting to that final. Play Wee Bull out, which has been just dominating the field this weekend. Both Doug Boehm and Mike Porterfield. Did have success in the singles front. First and second place finish there. Did Hitman win? Well, you're going to have to put a little bit more detail in that one. Don't know who Hitman is.
Brandon Perez has not won out here yet.
If that's Brandon Perez that you're meaning, Brandon is definitely, that's the only Hitman I know of. Oh, so like. All right, 1-1. Here we go. Gets in. That's the key. It's double two in. Not the ideal in. Double two, single one, single five, but I guess it works. That's the main thing. Cody Pittman. Have no idea, brother. I'm going to be honest with you on that one. You can text him and find that out, though, if you wanted to. I'm just kidding. Let me search. We'll kind of search through the bracket and see, but I a little bit tougher because some have team names, so that makes it a little bit difficult.
Are we checking for what event? I'm sorry, I'm
Cody
late to the party.
Cody Pittman.
In this event?
Yeah. I don't know where he's at, what bracket or level he's in. Let's see here. In fact, I don't even think he's playing today. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Boys level 2.
Level 2. All right. Thick
Let's
boys.
see. They lost the seat match, and they're sitting in the third place waiting.
Okay, there we go. All right.
Sorry for the delay there. I was struggling to find the team myself. All right, I'm back to it. Sorry, guys. My dog left the oven on, but Steve is now the one having double trouble after Rusty has been the person that has been owning that not-so-illustrious title. Does get in on the last dart here, but, and it's a big but, don't lie, trouble is facing as Frickett is out in front.
Oh, what a play there.
Not a trip on the last, but it's enough for the kid to show these, well, not kids, how it's done. No offense, guys. Larry's saying, what's the easiest number to hit on double N? Double bull. That's why no one shoots it, because they're too afraid of making everyone else feel bad.
Yeah, get out of here.
No, it should be
Probably your
left or
go-to,
right.
It's probably your go-to doubles, to be fair. So double 20, double 16. And we see a lot of people go with the double 15 as well, but that's because they tend to go out that way. So yeah, I mean, I would say those numbers are the ones you really attack. Now, easy, it's not technically easy. I mean, every number is the same width, same height. So there's not one segment that's going to be bigger.
Agreed, but slight asterisk. So if you're missing well if you're playing well, you're typically missing vertically, not horizontally. So 20, therefore, would be harder to miss into a double. So therefore, I always say if you want to just focus on getting in, like 8-16 or the 10-15, depending if you're right or left-handed, playing right to one of those wires is going to have a little bit more room for error on missing. So therefore, it would be the easier doubles. You're shaking your head, but I'm correct.
Yeah, because how big is the segment? It's the same thing as the other segment,
but
it doesn't matter.
When you miss. Typically,
Everybody misses.
high-level players miss high and low.
Everybody misses different. Everybody misses different.
Fundamentally not true.
Everybody misses
not
different.
true.
Yes.
Listen, I know it's your first time in the commentary room.
Okay,
but
Oh, nope, I'm not going to do it. 107 finish. How would you take that out again? All right, here we go.
7-7 bull.
We're fighting again.
Well, typically, when you miss vertically, it has a lot more to do with the actual timing of your release or your fall through, while missing horizontally can have a lot of different factors, including grip, short arming, not following through, strength of throw. It could be a bunch of different things that play into factor. So if you were to have a easier double, quote unquote, you would typically go for a left or right double.
Whatever I say here is just going to continue this on for a while, so I'm just going to keep my mouth shut for the sake of
Silence is acceptance. Thank you very much,
It's
Will.
not
I'm happy
really
to be right.
acceptance.
Good 100 there from Kid
No.
to go ahead and get to 111.
Maybe the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I've said way dumber things, and I wasn't even the one that said short on stream today.
Dang it, Dave. Dang it. Why did you do that, Dave?
I can't be the silliest one today. Can't be me.
Did he really?
He really did. That's real.
Oh, my God.
Play the clip.
Whoopsie.
I'll pull it up. Don't worry. Words are hard. Reese going to go ahead and put the pressure on Rusty. This is a good leg right here. It's the last leg decider, and both teams are still in the mix, but that's a massive shot there. It puts all the pressure on Rusty.
Yeah. He needs to convert on, you feel a ton. Ton minimum.
Well, he listened and answers.
Oh, what a shot.
Great shot there from Rusty. And now, Kid, 111 can go and debatably must go. 154 is no gimme, but Rusty's in a better position than David. You won. Gets you a shot for the match. He's almost like gasping.
Take it. He's wondering if he's in. Yeah, you're still good to go, bud.
Oh, settle yourself down. Have the game plan before the board is even. Switch over to your turn. Doesn't matter now. Deep breath, big dart. Oh.
Tough one. Tough one there.
154 is eligible to go. And for the sake of the freeze format, I'm sticking the same number, trip 20 for double 17, just because I'm focusing on the same segment scoring. But 54-20 should be the look, or 1919. Also okay here. Now you have to find 2 trips. Trying to get to at least 40 so your partner can't get frozen. Oh, no.
That's a tough turn there.
74 or less for David will freeze. You even have to take it out. 74 or less. One good trip and some fallouts. That dart was a little bit short-armed.
That's a big dart right there.
Enough.
He did what he needed to do.
It's enough. That's all you can ask for in a moment like this.
Yep.
Bullseye for the fans? Never bullseye for the fans.
Never. Bullseye. Well, yes, it was earlier with Doug.
Okay. Doug is a man of the people.
Dougie Fresh was a man of the people twice in that match. At least attempted. Tops to move on.
Now his second mismatch dart, but he finds it on the third, and the Kid immediately turns around, shows some respect to the opponents. A very mature move from the young gun as David there is getting tripped up on the handshakes as well. Coming up next will be the 4th place match, folks. It is going to be the Poorhouse once again, taking on Frickin' Fresh. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go with our fourth place match. Should be a good one incoming. The poorhouse taking on freaking who we just saw in our fifth, sixth position, but we got money on the line now when it comes to our level 1 bracket here. So good position to be in. As Seth Smith and Eric taking on the kid and David here. And thanks for choosing to join us here for our Sunday of coverage. We know that it's a busy day. Lots of sports on, lots of action, so thanks for choosing to join us. Turn at the board for Seth. Pulls him down to 361. Kid wants to find some success himself. 2 would be ideal. He only finds the 1. Little champagne breakfast is 78. An ideal situation finds 2 here. Already finds the 1. There's the 2. Great collection of a 140. That low ton works. Pulls him down to 387 and front run. To front run this current match. Poorhouse would love to take on Average Bros for an opportunity at We Bull Out. Fortunate thing for Seth, doesn't leave a checkout option at 166. So, yeah, definitely looking at Eric here to go ahead and be the first one down. Yeah, this should definitely go to Seth and Eric here for 1-0. There we go. My buttons are just a little bit different than Nick's, so I got to beware of what I push if I'm unsure. Never know what could pop up on the screen if I just accidentally click the wrong one, so. Can't check it out, but yeah, just leave it handy at tops, so either one can take the look. It's a good turn, but it's still not enough. I mean, it's been kind of set in stone already that Seth's going to get 3 here. For 1-0 in favor of the poorhouse. There you go. They take the advantage. And on double 15. Chatting with himself. Reassuring that last dart will go in. It's always funny how a little chat with yourself can do wonders, right? Hammers it in first start. There's always a little pressure on you when everybody gets in that last position to not be the last man out, right? So gets in and turn at it to find the front running position, but doesn't last long. It is in there. You could join us in Phoenix if you're tuning along. December 5th through the 7th. We'll be at the BullShooters, or down there. Pretty popular spot for the CSC Challenger Series. So, looking forward to being down there in Phoenix, Arizona. Of course, next year we already have most of our dates. Well, all of our dates are locked in. Locations, we still need to post a couple of them, I believe, on the website. But, yeah, everywhere's figured out. So, the first event's going to be in Texas for 2026. It's January 9th, I believe, is the first day of that event on Friday. So, be in Houston. We'll also have stops in Nebraska, Pennsylvania. I believe it'll be Wisconsin as well. Keep an eye on that one. I'm missing one. So, just a heads up on that one. I know I'm missing one. The dirty dog went up to the club lounge, didn't he? Yep, he sure did. Oh, I don't need one. I'm good. Good. Brought it down for no reason. Garfinkel says, I'll take it. Dang it. You got me. That was good. Good job.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here with you. Will, what'd I miss? Fill me in.
I mean, good first leg from the poorhouse to take the advantage here. But other than that, I mean, it's kind of back in the other direction here for the start of leg number 2 as the kid finds himself at 156. So pretty standard back and forth on the first 2 legs like we tend to see here in our loser side.
Yeah, and here's the thing. It just really, the X factor will be to the poorhouse team in the sense that they are such a dynamic duo. Not to say Frigate isn't. Who knows? Chat probably does. Correct me if I'm wrong. It just about timing and everything else, and when partners start to click. Although David with a big 180 there, gonna make me eat my words quick and say, yeah, we're gonna show them who the dynamic duo really is.
That was a big collection there from David. Pretty much locks it in for an extension on the leg.
Yeah, kid doesn't even need to take this out. Just needs to bring it down, but you're going to go the same route anyways, starting with the 20s. It's the 96, so not as much as he wanted, but no harm in sight. I did run into our friend Rachel from level 3 who did bust, or hit the freeze, excuse me. She's like, I was going for a single 11. And I said, so you wanted double 11? She says, I don't want to talk about it. And I was like, you brought it up because she walked past me and brought it up. And then we had a chit chat out there, but now we got the context as it is unfortunate because they could have won that seat match 2 straight, instead lost it, and then lost 2 straight in the 3rd place match. So finishing with some hardware, but unfortunate exit for the bracket is now Beer Pressure and Meat and Bones playing the finals of level 3. Level 4 currently has a 5th, 6 going on. Level 2 currently in the 4th place match. Level 3 already in the finals, though. Good for them.
Yeah, this bracket's moving pretty quick here.
Good last start to leave a finish. It is one of the contingencies to try to get out of this. You need 96 and 32 not to go, and Seth to make sure there's no freeze for Sprats to have a chance to take this 2 straight. A lot of contingencies.
He finds the triple. Can't find the double 8, though.
That was almost a double 16.
Yeah, that would have been a tough dart there. And that's always the tricky one about leaving that double 8 is there is a bust right next door.
Oh. Set this up. Bring it down low. Doesn't bust it. 140, the perfect turn Seth could have had there. If 32 doesn't go and 147 does, boy, oh boy, Frigate will be saying a different version of that F word.
Yeah, they will.
Not a bad dart. Yeah, I was able to play off it just fine.
Good collection as we will go the distance here in this one.
I believe we might also be going for some speed, Will.
Going on and on in a time of need.
You know that band is named after me? I got that cake. Bull on diddle there for Seth Smith.
Sure. I think the doctors called it a back crack for you, didn't they? Not a butt crack. Anyway, back to the match. It's pretty solid, isn't it?
Well, after a pretty intense diddle here, it is going to be a last leg decider to see who moves on to play the Average Bros in the 3rd place matchup. Of course, the question still always will be, who is in the mood to try to double dip Mike Porterfield and Doug Bain?
Yeah. Is someone in the mood to double dip them?
I will say I do love our remaining challengers. This will be interesting to see who will be able to spar and get out on top. Seth Smith, not able to get in, though, on the very first onset.
That could be a big factor here in this one.
Not a little factor.
Certainly is not.
At least a moderate factor.
See, first start in, despite it being double 2, it's an in, and then you follow it in with a triple 20.
All that matters is get in, let me score points. That's what I want to do.
That's insane. Luke Leader averaging a 108 after 19 legs. Come on now. He still is him. Just checking.
Oh, yep, no, that's him.
That
Capital
him.
H.
Capital H-I-M.
No, you don't need. You just need the H for.
No, you need the capital on everything because he's crazy.
Well, no, then it'll be him. That's still struggling on the end. He's still staying on this double 20. If you miss it on the first start, just switch it up unless it's a good guide.
But he found it. I mean, he found it in the long run here.
But the problem is that's it. It's a long run and the last leg decider. Kid goes up here and banks a 140. It's a different story.
Yeah, most likely. Gonna find
I'm so
a
good at my
140.
job.
Great shot from the kid.
This would be the inspired answer right back. Sprat's going to do what he can do to try to make up the distance. Hits a ton of himself. Keeps it in range. And David's going to dig deep.
Has to. Wants to keep in touch with his partner here. Not a bad 85.
Not a bad 140 right back for Seth. But it won't be enough. The throw's been taken away effectively here. Kid is becoming the man right now. Even though the kid has also had that same beard for the last 3 years.
Since he was a baby boy.
I came out with a full head of hair. 140 does not leave a finish.
This is 100% dependent on the kid here. I mean, 137 to leave.
Reese's Puff, Reese's Puff. David Reese.
What? Reese's Puff? Reese's Puff? My God, what is that? David's going to be so mad at you. What a call from Nick Teixeira. 137 needed for non-Reese's Puff.
The kid in his trick-or-treats.
All-time things to say, Reese's Puff. Oh, my goodness. Now,
Eat 'em up,
top
eat
tier
'em up, eat 'em
cereal.
up.
I said that the other day, but that might be my number one on the cereal game.
I was a big Apple Jacks fan growing up.
Captain Crunch is always brilliant, but the
Cinnamon Toast Crunch
shredding
is the number one.
No, I'm not a fan of Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
I bet you hate puppies too, but here we are.
It's okay. Golden Grams was without the Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Golden Grams was clutch.
It's not bad. Like the frog mascot. You want the frog mascot, right?
No, that's that's like Smacks or something. That's like some generic nasty cereal.
Oh. Seth Smith trying to go ahead and get down low and hope there's an opportunity for the 143 to get taken. You can guarantee it by getting to at least 168. Or, well, I guess effectively 172. Won't be able to do that. So now, very high chance of freezing, despite the fact that the weather's in the 40s outside.
That's a great dart. 2 at double 12 for the win. Oh, just on the inside.
Not bad darts at doubles.
No, not at all.
My dart at the double bull when we were playing there on Friday was a bad dart at a double.
It was almost into the triple 20. It was closer to the triple 20 than it was the bull. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, I was excited.
hat trick, or not hat trick. The
White horse.
And then we follow up with that. Oh my gosh.
Whoopsie.
Anyway. Just locks in a few attempts at this 6 and 68 here if they need it.
Yeah, great positioning. Unfortunate end for the poorhouse. Again, a team that does quite well, one of those regional-based teams that might not be on your radar if you're traveling from out of town, but man, oh man, do Seth and Eric get going together. Great partnership. Kids going right at it. And pins it there for a 2-1 win in this matchup. Some great play as we will be moving on now to the third place match and bidding adieu to our friend Squilliam Stewart. Squilly Willie, what do you want to say?
Hey, I enjoyed it. It's been a great regional here in New York. Yeah, I think that it's one that if you plan on attending a few BullShooter regionals, come to this one. This has that bonus aspect to it where you can go to the falls and enjoy a natural wonder of the world. So, yeah,
top 20.
It's a good one. I was overwhelmed a little bit yesterday. I was like, this is
fun, right?
This is something. You can feel you can truly feel the water in the air, the mist, and you're well away from the falls. So.
And we're going to balance it out by putting you to the desert next in Phoenix, Arizona.
Here we go. Yeah, looking forward to that. Not this coming weekend, but next, the weekend after. So December 5th through the 7th, Phoenix, Arizona. Looking forward to that one.
Yeah, no streams for us for Thanksgiving. Time with the family, but we will be back on the road right after. Take care, Will Stewart. I'll be back here for third place and finals level 1. Don't go far, folks. We'll be right back. Reese's Puff.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back here for our third place match of the Level 1 singles in the New York Regional. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by the ghost of Will Stewart as he had to go to the airport, so he is out of commission for the rest of our time here in Niagara Falls for our last two matches here of the live stream, but we have a great one in front of us. We have Fricket, who fought hard against the Poorhouse, one of the teams I would say is one of the more favored ones in the room. Instead, falling short in the last leg decider, and David and Kid did a good job of getting out in front. But Logan and Chili have done great all weekend. We've seen them on the stream plenty of times. That first start gets well away from Chili, but quickly corrects. Going on our other levels, level 2 is currently in the third place matchup right now. Level 3 is in the second set of the finals. And then level 4 currently sitting in the fourth place matchup. So all the levels pretty much wrapping up here at the same time. Strap in, folks. We got a couple more good matches left, and it's just me on the mic. So feel free to chit chat, say hello, and let's have a good time, everybody. Logan Jensen has been quite the impressive player this weekend. Seems to be trying to continue with the high accolades. Finds a 180 on the board to get out in front of Kid after the slower start of the two. And David and Chili neck and neck. So still too close to call this first leg. Advantage going towards Fricket. We're going Fricket first. Good finds on the 20 after the first start. Slipping over to the 5. Consistent ton here from Chili would be nice. It'd be hard not to deflect with those darts. And he doesn't even find the 20. Goes over to the 5. So now the battle's been won on the bottom side of the board, but the top side has advantage towards average pros. Who's going to get to that finish first? Kid has a little bit more work to do. Would have needed 2 trips. Logan here just needs to save for a steady ton. Get to the 161, which would be a advantage here. Needed in a race to 2 format. Doesn't quite get it. First start pulling to the 5 prevents the opportunity, which now means if David hits a big shot here, Chili's in a lot of trouble. They're going to try to break throw. Good find on the last start. Another steady ton. This is where it starts to become interesting, folks. No dice, no luck, no love on the trips. Kid can go ahead and focus on setting up. Having some troubles. Surprised he didn't switch off that 20 between pulling to the neighbor and going above it. Doesn't give you a lot of real estate, and we acknowledge that sometimes our camera angle has us looking over top, right? So it's a little bit of a different angle than what the players are seeing themselves. So sometimes they have sight lines that we can't find. But in general, you just got to worry about it unless you're having a very forceful throw, trying to get away from some of these more dangerous segments. David's doing quite the job leading the pack now. Getting out in front, and the odd man out is not going to be able to get to a finish here. Basically locking this first leg for Fricket. So what you have to do in moments like this, clear your mind and try to get ready for the next leg with the advantage where it matters. And that's a great way to do it right there. 134 inspires some confidence on the dartboard. But 156 will always freeze from this position unless they bust, which you really can't bust going for this out. Trip 20 for double 18 is the requisite route. I mean, it helps. It's still going to freeze the 118, but now Kid's going to have more work to do on the return. All the way down. Last start should have been a 14 instead of a 16. There's no mathematical benefit to being at 2 instead of 4 when it comes to freeze. But that's me being nitpicky. Good shot there from Logan. $51 for double 14, potentially. Going for the double 11 route. But pulls it inside, and now this is actually best case scenario because now for average pros, because Chili can leave himself a finish. 111 is definitely not free, and 11 can get real hairy real quick. But you have to leave yourself not only a finish, but a good one. First start drops well low. Now needs this last start to find a trip to lead the 156. Does do so. 111, not under too much heat. $11 for tops. You shoot it traditional. You don't need to play for freeze. 19 also works for double 16. And does go ahead and pin it for leg number 1. A little bit of a celebration there as well. Cricket takes leg number 1. Logan Jensen has to set things off for leg number 2. Uses that first start, is able to find the right segment and get underneath to find the trip 20, 100 on the open. Skittles saying, watching darts, football, and deer hunting in Wisconsin all at the same time. Well, life is good, my friend. Gonna be a little frustrated just because those are hanging on the wire, but again, a double plus 2 good singles is all you really need. You can see, look at that. Not only is Logan, but one of the other friends also in the background trying to tell Chili, hey, calm it down. Take that deep breath. You can't let an implode happen right now. There's still too much leg left. Too much match left. You're already in hardware earning position. See Kid trying to fire away on the 20s. So far, Logan, though, doing a good job leading the pack up top. Fortunate right now, the frustration's continuing to mount. It's hard. It's so hard when you get stuck in a rut like that. Especially knowing how well you've been playing the whole day to get to this point, and the whole weekend. Again, Average Bros has been a frequent flyer on the live stream. Not able to convert the results. Already guaranteed some hardware and an appearance on the pro list, but you want a little bit more than that. Of course you do. Catch back up. Try to find trip 20 in the last. Cricket is in a good position to break here. Really has to find ton plus. Not even a ton anymore. Yes, settle for a ton if you hit it, but you have to start digging deeper. Good switch to the 19s. Love the change up. Finding inspiration on the dartboard. The cleaner, 79, a little bit better. David, can you keep putting on the weights on the shoulder? Yes, he can. Don't want the collarbone to crush under the pressure, but frankly, Frickett is bringing it. $57. Perfect setup there from Logan at the 177. It's a great shot because it leaves an outside opportunity. Depending on what kid does, just might get an outside chance to shoot this. But have to force an error. Starts in a weird spot. See why. Magnetized to it. He's trying to force the dart in this segment. Does find it underneath. What a well-thrown dart. 302 points combined there on the other team. Which is frustrating because 302 versus where he was at. He had to hit 40-something plus whatever David's going to throw here. And just frankly, it won't be enough. 118, I believe, is the line. The 117 will freeze. Here's the freeze. Here's the 57. Unfortunate, Logan will not get the shot at this 24. He's going to go ahead and hit a single 20. Should be the dart. He might hit double 11. Yeah. He likes to go down to 2. But considering how much he drilled that dart, it's going to feel frustrating. As now 146 gets an opportunity to go. Now you're just going to have to sit back and hope that something crazy happens in this matchup. Leave yourself a finish. Not a bad first. You can work off that dart and won't be able to be at a finish. It is all over for the Average Bros, but kudos to them. Having a good run overall. Getting some hardware. And getting some lessons for next go-around. Lessons is just work on the time and work on the pressure because the darts are there. You can see that's the shot done. And Team Frickin' will be moving on to the finals here. Going up against Doug Bame and Mike Porterfield. Hashtag we bull out for our final match. Looking forward to seeing how that one will play out here in just a moment's time, folks. It is our final match of the stream coming up. We bull out versus Frickin'. Real quick, let's give some updates around the room. We're right now in the... oh, look at that. Wait, did you guys pick up on what just happened? I don't think that the kid knew where they were at in the bracket. I think he was purposely not being told, and he just let him know that they made the finals. Wow, that's actually really cool if that's what that was. I'm pretty sure that's what that was. So, going on in level 2 right now, 1 Chad, 1 Dad taking on Thick Boys, and it's currently 1-0 in that third place match for 1 Chad, 1 Dad. Sitting in the seat position here is Team Scoots. Level 3 over here is going to be Meat and Bones versus Peer Pressure, and they are in the final leg, final set. And actually, here, hold on. Let's see if we can find that on the spy camera real quick. I don't know if we can quite get that in shot or not. This is the final leg of the third place. No, it's not. Third place match excuse me, level 3 finals just finished. This is some random match. So here, have fun with that random match. Meat and Bones is your winners here in level 3. Level 4 going on right now in the fourth place match. Rand's Bar and Grill taking on, who would have thought, which we saw in the live stream before, currently up 1-0 for Rand's Bar. Again, that final coming up here in just a moment's time. Appreciate each and every one of you. Trita Smith saying she loves the commentary. Thank you so much for the kind words. Thank God Will Stewart isn't here anymore. Bruce Sheehan saying great darts, Caleb and Dave. So, guys, we'll be back. Finals here in just a moment. Got Mr. Dougie Fresh already warming up in Porterfield right by the board as well. It will not take very long at all for our last match coverage here for the 2025 stop at the Niagara Falls, New York BullShooter. Nick DeSherrick, Will Stewart, don't go far. Well, here we are. It is one more match to crown the winner of our final event for our main coverage of the live stream here at Niagara Falls, New York for the New York Regional. My name is Nick Teixeira, and I'm happy to be bringing you coverage of this one as we get Mike Porterfield and Doug Bain taking on the Kid and David Reese. And what should be a good one here. Looking forward to it because there's going to be a lot on the line for these players. You got the two young guns trying to make a name for themselves here, and Caleb Wedge and David Reese going up against the two most decorated players on the men's side in the room here. This should be a tough task to try to get over, but not an impossible one if the darts start working in your direction. Let's see what we have in store for us. I'm going to be leaning, of course, towards the Wee Bull Out team of Mike and Doug. I'm going to take them in a 3-1 win here is going to be the odd line at stake. That being said, Kid and David Reese showed some very promising stuff and some very good timing. If their best starts to show up now, then anything can be possible because they clearly have the right stuff in the system. Let us know in the comments who you're cheering for, who you think is going to win this, and let's see how this one plays out. Been a great time out here at the Sheraton as Mike Porterfield does not get on his first 3 darts, but then hits a 1-5-2 on his next 3. So better late than never. That's exactly what you have to do in a scenario like that. Make it all or nothing affair. Because if you get nothing, you better find all right after. Yeah, Sheraton treating us quite well out here as always. I know the players that love this venue. We love this venue as well. Are you looking at expansions for next year of how we can make this larger, including essentially taking the commentary room and saying, let's just put 10 more boards in here, move the commentary even further away, and make a special finals area potentially. So see if that all pans out, because I'm looking forward to doing the grow and make these tournaments bigger and better, and I know our team is as well. Scoots is currently taking on One Chad, One Dad in the finals of Level 2. Level 3, we already mentioned. Meat and Bones do complete the double dip over Beer Pressure in that final. Level 4 currently now in the 3rd place match where Brass is taking on Rands in that first leg of that final. Or 3rd place, excuse me. Been a long weekend of commentary here. Got a good amount of coverage. Got a lot of bonus content on top of the personal content Will and I have been filming as well, so it's been a lot of fun. It's doing a good job of keeping up with Porterfield. Going to be the first one at a finish. How good of a finish will it be? It'll be pretty good. Smart board management to leave the 100 by going for the bull in the last. Get the double ball at 75. You're still at 1 trip for a double. Efficient board management expected of the savvy veteran. $95 for David. You can see the shake of the head because they know they're in trouble. But you are going against the darts in this leg. It is a race of 3 format, and it's not expected for you to strong-arm this very powerful duo in the very first leg. Porterfield had a gnarly deflection on that last start. Looked like it was going to be in the trip 20, and then it looked like it deflected to the 5, but somehow managed to count as a 1. So that is very brutal. Again, shouldn't be impactful considering Doug's position. But no matter what, you have to try to punish by getting into a finish yourself. The Kid does not. Just a solid 60. Doesn't find himself in the right zip code. Just a couple blocks down. Doug. Try to take this out in 2. Double 20 for leg number 1. And it goes into for a classy 11 dart leg there from Doug Bain. I will say, no player has ever popped me back better, in my opinion, probably than Doug Bain. Maybe my 2nd time ever commentating or 3rd time ever commentating, like an in-person event. It wasn't just my first couple CSCs, which it was a different beast than when you're in your first in-person event. I said Doug Boheim, and Doug Bain just goes in the comment section, and he goes, well, the PDC got it right. And I was like, well, you know what? That's on me. Feel a little silly now, Doug. Name pronunciations do not get easier as the job goes on. I think it's harder because then you should know them and you're still forgetting them. I am at the point in my traveling career where there's players like that I saw last year that I hung out with for hours after, know them very well from those interactions. And then this year I'm like, oh, nice to meet you. The person I hung out with for like 8 hours last year in a single day. Whoopsie. But it's okay. It's really cool when you have so many memories made that sometimes you're having trouble keeping track of them. Certainly a special feeling. Oh, good correction there from Doug. And kid's going to be feeling the pressure early on in this leg. You didn't get in. Gotta try to get back. Should move to the 16s or something else. I don't like to stay on that first. Not a good guide, and you can see exactly that third dart gets wrapped up in it. Porterfield can try to push away. It's a steady ton. Puts it in a great spot. You basically want this out of reach from the kid, who you assume at max will hit 160 points, and being at 341. You want to be out in front there. Does do so. Porterfield doing a good job of leading the pace here. Very disappointed Porterfield did not match his darts to his shoes or his jersey to his shoes, wearing those bright pink salmon. Not normal for the matchy-matchy man. Doug's doing exactly what he needs to do in the supporting role, consistent scoring. You can see the head scratch there. He wanted a little bit more and thought there's going to be a little bit more on that dart. Just doesn't quite convert. 130 players in the mixed doubles combo. Love to see that over there as that's underway and rolling along. Porterfield looking real sharp in this leg so far. Going to try to get himself to a finish. I want to switch off the 20. He does go for the cover shot. And not going to be able to get there. And hugs the wires for all three. It's frustrating, but with the kid far back, unfortunately, Caleb Wedge has wedged themselves into a corner here. Not going to be ideal for Reese either. Going troubleless means that Doug can just continue to play steady darts. We need to find a ton plus to get to a finish. First dart helps. Second dart helps. Third dart does not, in fact, help, as he does fall into a 1. You can see the reaction there. But again, it's no immediate pressure. There's no threat from the team going first, as this is shaping up to be a 2-0 very quickly and a nightmare scenario for the team that has fought with grit to get to this final. And again, I'm convinced, I'm going to ask him after, I'm convinced that David actually went up to Kid and said, hey, by the way, we made the finals, and I don't think Kid realized how deep they were on the loser side of the bracket there. I don't know if that is the case. I don't know if maybe that was the time to say it or not, as Kid has definitely slowed down. But, on the other hand, it's a good job, and kudos to him, as that's a perfect setup. 1-6-2 from Porterfield to leave 32 for a potential 13-dart leg. Doesn't matter if David leaves a finish. He has to hope that the kid takes it out in 9. It's the only way you could possibly get out of a scenario like this. But that also would require Mike Porterfield missing 6 starts at 32, which is very unlikely. And as a player at the line, you're not thinking about all these contingencies like we are here in the armchairs of the world. Instead, what we are doing as a player, when you're up there in the middle of it, you're just trying to figure out what's going on with your throw and throw a good turn. Find something that inspires that confidence and carry it through with the rest of your darts. Let's stay. You know that kid will be a hang and bang type of shot player. He does not move off that 20 unless there's something else he actually wants to aim at. Not because he covers, not because of anything else. It is a dead set mentality. Porterfield struggling on the double. Doesn't convert on the last, but David not on a finish. Even if he was, it would be a double free scenario here. And Doug, sitting at 62, will get a swing for trip 10 for double 16. Should be 12 for Bull, knowing that Doug is and Mike are playing the team name We Bull Out, and yet we have not seen a successful Bull Out from them. I know Doug's thinking about it at the very least. For the fans, Doug. Nope. Trip 10. Here's the 32. Good marker dart. And goes in. You can see the I'm not going for the shenanigans, not going for the bull as he waves to Mike Porterfield there. 2-0. Match point. It's going to have to settle himself into place here. And there's a little bit of a smile on his face. I think you can do but laugh off the scenario at the beginning. Throw yourself down and throw some good darts. Doesn't get in on the first three, and this is all pressure showing its head. Would like someone to do a wellness check on my friend Mark Bond. He has not checked in once this final. Good shot from Porterfield. On the open. Insult to injury. Stacks on that dirt. You heard me talk about the doubling and arguing with Will Stewart over here on how best to do or not do it. Here's the thing, right? At the pro level, I'm never going to tell a pro not to shoot a double 20. Of course not. But what I am going to say is that what Doug did was exactly right. He shot the double 20. It went low, but in a spot where it absolutely expected to guide the dart in. He guided the dart in and moved on from there. I'll see players throw the double 20, go outside, it doesn't stick on the board, and then try to throw at it again. Probably not the wisest decision. If you don't get on the first dart, you're not getting the 9-dart benefit, so move away. Good last start there. Dude, Reese continuing to push the envelope, staying in range with Mike Porterfield. But going behind him does not help that they have the going first advantage. All below the wire, all one hole out, and all looking good. Misses never feel pretty, but they certainly can look it. Porterfield does not continue to push the advantage, and all of a sudden, hold on a second, Rickett might be able to get the frick out of the situation. David, you can't hand it right back. You needed to find a trouble there. Now Doug, if he goes ahead and hits at least a ton, going to be in a better position to set up, on top of the fact that Mike Porterfield can set up at 303. David had to be the one leading the charge. With the kid back at 386, there's no out in sight, and Doug is going to punish. Finds a 125. The kid looking at his hand after the first dart. See the frustration. You wanted more. We know he has more. Sometimes it doesn't always show up, especially when you need it. Porterfield wisely goes for the 1-3-3 to leave 170. Again, good board management. You can see Doug wiping the sweat off the brow, basically saying now there's no worries. He did leave the first look. So now David has to leave a finish. Needs to find at least 147 points in this turn. Can't happen now. So now we bull out. We'll have at least 3 darts for the 170. Or, excuse me, at least 6 darts for the 170. At least 3 darts for whatever Doug sets up. Gonna have to switch. 57 leaves 160. It doesn't get there. So kudos to the team of Frigate. Caleb and David have been fighting real hard to get to this point, and good on them for doing the run that they're doing. To win 4 rounds in the loser's side of the, or excuse me, not even, I don't even think that's correct. Give me a second here, I'm still learning. Frigate won a last leg decider in the very first round, but then lost to this team in the second round 3-1 to fight back to this point. That was the route that they've used to get here. Double bull to leave 40. Should have been 40 to leave bull, as again, the team we bull out is just full of false advertisements. David leaves 132, but will not get a chance to pop the cork. Already going to be frozen here. He wasn't before, he is now, and he points to Mike Porterfield and says, that's how you hit the double bull to set up. And Porterfield gives him a year number 1 back there, but an actual number 1. What a nice guy. He's going to have to leave himself a finish and hope that these outs don't get taken. Switch to 19s is actually an excellent dart. You have to fade the 65 and the 28, and Porterfield's looking to take this title right here, right now, to add another one to the trophy case for the Niagara Falls Regional. Missed match dart number 1. Finds it on number 2. Mike Porterfield and Doug Bain do get it done. Congratulations to that team right there, as Caleb and David do not get across that line, but you know what? The kids fought hard and played it great to get to this point. And here you go. Mike Porterfield, Doug Bain getting another title on our mainstream. And that will actually end our main coverage today here for the Niagara Falls BullShooter, as we have to get ready to get packed up, get back on the road, get ready for Thanksgiving. And I know mixed doubles is already underway. So we're going to waste no time. If you guys want to find out more information, www.bullshooter.com. We'll go ahead and link that in the chat for you guys to be able to follow along with the rest of the tour. We already know our next stop will be in Phoenix, Arizona here in just 2 weeks. Then we'll be back at Houston, Texas. Appreciate each and every one of you for all your love and support. Don't go far, folks. We'll be back on the airwaves soon enough. Thank you all once again for the love and support. Reminder, I'm still not retiring. Reminder number 2, Will Stewart sucks. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll be seeing you on the next one. Thank you, everybody.